please, can you take your seats? We're going to start. Thank you so much.
Sí. Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to see you here this morning. Welcome to our session. I'm told that the Wi-Fi connection has been repaired. I think that David has been supporting us in rebooting the system to ensure that we have good quality Wi-Fi. There's also a LAN connection. There's an Ethernet cable. So you can request an adapter should you need one. We can lend you one if you'd like to connect using a cable. Thank you, David. I hope that you enjoyed the concert last night. It was a privilege for us to share that intangible heritage with you. The Bureau met this morning and discussed a number of issues, including, as we always do, our timetable. We made excellent progress yesterday. We examined 28 files for the representative list, and I think that we should be able to close 7B, 7C, and 7D this morning, or at least today, and then come back to item 7 for the chapeau decision. And I think that we should be able to finish our meeting by midday on Saturday. The Bureau asked the Secretariat to reflect that in the timetable, which will be published on the website of 19Com. And please, I request that you keep your statements brief and concise. This morning we'll first watch a we will watch a video from Ghana, which we were not able to watch yesterday, and then we'll move to the multinational file from Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. Let's start with the video from Ghana, please.
Kente is normally referred to as the king of fabrics in Africa. It is not for nothing that Kente bears such a name. Certainly, it has become the identification symbol for Ghanaians, the whole of Africa, and to a large extent, the rest of the black race. It is so because our cultural values are imbued in the Kente cloth. The cotton is harvested by the women, and they sort out. Thereafter, they use the spindle to spin it into thread. This thread is now spun on a bobby. From that level, the next thing they do is to lay the warp. Pegs are put on the ground, and then the warp is laid.
After cutting, you can also use silk, also for the work. And you also have rayon. Rayon is also used in the work as well. And of late, you have also introduced this metallic yarn, which also gives spark to the fabric.
From the laying of the warp, you roll it into a ball, and we are now set to go into the loom. This is a very simple, narrow technology, where the loom is comprises of 4 tripods with sticks fixed on top. Now the master weaver carefully threads the warp through the treadle, then from the treadle through the beater, and now he is set for the weaving.
At the end, the strips of kente are collected and sewn together into yards of kente cloth.
Kente is open to all. It's worn by male and female, regardless of any background. You are free to wear kente for any occasion. It is also good when you have a special occasion that you want to decorate yourself and look very good as a Ghanaian.
Today, as we speak, Kente is known all over West Africa. People from Abidjan, La Côte d'Ivoire, from Niger, Niamey, Togo, Nigeria, Cameroon, and other places come to buy the Kente here and sell in all those places because of its unique nature. Kente is not taught in the basic schools as such, but in the secondary schools, it is taught as part of the visual arts course.
Then at the tertiary level, we have KNUST in Ashanti region that teaches Kente weaving. In the Volta region, we have World Technical University that specifically teaches Kente weaving.
Today you can see a lot of people from this area migrating to places like Lagos in Nigeria, Togo, and other places, teaching people how to weave Kente. The various samples of Kente, as I said, depict messages, and one of the messages is unity. Now, sometimes too, when somebody wants to present a gift to another person as a sign of reconciliation, they do that through the presentation of a Kente cloth.
My name is Mrs. Benis Ande Kuma, the Executive Director of National Folklore Board. Ghana is the producer of authentic Kente. Therefore, the National Folklore Board is appealing to investors, tourists to explore the opportunities and visit communities associated with Kente weaving in Ghana. Thank you.
Una vez más,
Once again, congratulations to Ghana on the inscription of its first element. And now we can follow the order of the files. So we have the multinational file of Ethiopia, Djibouti and Somalia, and the evaluation body is going to present its conclusions. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia have nominated Here Ise, oral customary laws of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. The Here Ise refers to the oral customary laws of the Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. The element unites the Somali Isa communities in the Horn of Africa and defines their collective and individual identity. It promotes mutual solidarity and social cohesion and functions as a mechanism for conflict resolution, peace, and cooperation. The knowledge and skills of the element are transmitted through tales, proverbs, games, poetry, and rituals of initiation. The state parties have undertaken a number of current and future measures to safeguard the element with the full participation and consent of the communities. For example, knowledge of the element is incorporated in formal and non-formal education in all three countries to ensure the element's transmission to the younger generations. Details of the roles of communities in the nomination process were also provided in the file and through the dialogue process. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Can we have the draft decision on screen, please? Draft decision 19-7B36. I suggest we adopt it as a whole. Decision adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra a su excelencia.
And now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellence Farak, Vice President of Ethiopia, and then to Maranhipo Asube, Minister of Youth and Culture of Djibouti.
All right. Madam Chairperson, on behalf of Ethiopian and Somali community, it's my honor to express our deepest gratitude to the committee for its decision to inscribe Her Isa, an oral customary law of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia, on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Her Isa, established in the 16th century during the time of significant natural and man-made challenges. It's a democratic system of governance centered around three key pillars: the Ugaz community leader, the Gudi executive committee, and the Gende council. The Ugaz is selected through rigorous selection process that can span over a decade, reflecting the critical leadership qualities required for this role. This governance system fosters conflict resolution, consensus building, and social cohesion, ensuring the equitable management of resources while promoting environmental conservation. Moreover, Her Isa serves as a communal pact for collective security against external threats. For centuries, this rich cultural tradition has been a source of pride, identity, and continuity for Somali Isa communities, uniting them across generations and borders in the Horn of Africa. It embodies their mutual solidarity and equality, as reflected in the saying, Isa wa Isa nina Madera, which translates to, Isa is Isa, and no Isa is above another Isa. So the Her establishes that the land, the Ugaz, and the Her Isa are collectively owned by all members of this community, ensuring a foundation for justice and equity within society. Today, Her Isa continues to be practiced within the Somali regional state of Ethiopia and in the Redawa City Administration, Djibouti, and Somalia. The states parties of Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia have undertaken significant measures to safeguard this invaluable heritage. We firmly believe that the inscription of Her Ise will inspire other communities to preserve their own cultural and governance traditions. It will also enhance visibility and appreciation of multinational intangible cultural heritage, 5 nominations, reinforcing the importance of safeguarding our shared human legacy. Finally, I would like to thank everybody who contributed to this process, particularly the City Heritage Foundation and our teams. I thank you very much.
Ok. Embaixapa Ipora, Paraguay.
Madam Chair of the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee, dear members, ADG for Culture at UNESCO, Madam Secretary of the Convention, dear experts from the evaluation body, dear all protocol observed. It is with great pride that I take the floor today on behalf of the government and the people of Djibouti to express our sincere gratitude to the committee for its decision to inscribe Her Ise on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. I would also like to convey the pride and the gratitude of all of the Somali Isa communities who live in the 3 countries, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia, but who are also present across the world. This historic proclamation marks the culmination of a long process attesting to the collective and participatory approach of our 3 submitting countries, especially thanks to the initiative and the engagement of the Somali Isa communities. I would like to extend my warmest thanks to all those who have contributed in any way to this success that we celebrate today, be it the authors, intellectuals, researchers, cultural heritage experts, public or private bodies, NGOs that supported this file. Their dedication has shone a light on an essential part of our intangible cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, Her is a traditional customary contract which governs social, economic and political interactions amongst the Somali Isa communities in Djibouti, Ethiopia and Somalia. It is created in a pastoral context and is based on collective principles to ensure an equitable management of natural resources, particularly in arid and semi-arid environments. It is centered on an elected spiritual chief, the Ugas, whom I'd like whose presence I'd like to acknowledge, whose role is to represent the Somali Isa community and to resolve disputes with the support of a council of elders and an executive committee. Her is based on universal values such as preserving peace, hospitality, solidarity, justice, and the resolution of conflict through consensus, while preserving that binds the Somali community together. This recognition by UNESCO is an essential step to safeguard its universal resonance. It encourages us to continue our efforts to preserve and enhance all of our heritage and humanist traditions, which are varied, inspiring other communities and countries around the world. In the name of Djibouti, I would like to reiterate my thanks and our unwavering commitment to preserving intangible cultural heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather to celebrate a significant milestone in the recognition of our rich cultural heritage. The inclusion of Her Ise in UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. This traditional law system embodies the values wisdom, and collective spirit of our Somali communities. As the Somali government, we wholeheartedly welcome this recognition. Her Isa is more than a legal framework. It is a testament to our history, unity, and resilience. It reflects our commitment to justice, conflict resolution, and social cohesion, principles that resonate deeply within our society. We encourage further initiatives to preserve and promote our unique traditions. This recognition not only honors our past, but also empowers future generations to uphold and cherish their heritage. Let us celebrate this achievement together and continue to work towards the preservation of our culture for all to see and appreciate. Thank you very much.
The process of drafting the laws have inscribed the mark of their respective clan and sub-clan on the flat and comfortable stones used to sit on top of the mountain. The assembly of judges representing the 12 clans sit on stone seats marked with their tribe's identity. Her essay is a political response, challenging a situation of anarchy and violence. It is designed to build a new society based on the rule of law and served as the very foundation for maintaining the regional peace. The Somali Isa community members in the three countries are also led by one traditional political leader known as Ugaz, who is also the spiritual father and the symbol of the law and guardian of the unity of the Confederation. His position is neither hereditary nor elective. He is chosen after a long process of collective search. The major criteria for the election of Ugaz states that the candidate must not commit crime and involve in any kind of conflicts and wars. He should be in his teens and has to be handsome and free from any kind of addiction. A young man who meets and fulfills all the criteria is elected as Ugaz. Starting the day he is chosen, he is considered as the son of all Somali Isa. After this, the Ugaz will be kept in the countryside for 6 months and goes through all the lands of Isa and crosses the 12 rivers that are found in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. On his way, the community members welcome him with joyful greetings and shout with high voice of excitement. Moreover, they give honor to him by putting green leaves on his head. When he arrives at Sayla in Somalia, he wears a turban on his head and is given the title of Ugaz and swears to honestly serve the people. The current and 19th Ugaz of Somali Isa, who live in Djibouti, Somalia, and Ethiopia, is Mustafa Muhammad Ibrahim. The term of office of the Ugaz is for life. However, if he is accused of violating laws and regulations, could be impeached, tried, and uprooted from office and replaced by another Ugaz. The main headquarters of the Ugaz is customarily fixed to be in Durbar city in Ethiopia. The Djibouti-Addis Ababa railway and highway, which bind Ethiopia to the outside world, pass across the city zone in Durbar, which is a strategic location across the commercial route. Her essay is also a complex system that incorporates pivotal institutions such as Gudi and Gande. The Gudi is an assembly of judges with a very large set of powers at local level. The traditional judges, Gudi, represent the 12 clans of the Somali Isa. They gather in the shade of trees used as courts and sit around in circle to hear the cases of conflicts. They arbitrate disputes and provide solutions according to the traditional law.
Iman herna maham beine harimade hanawan Minan herna maham beine ashalade hanawan Minan herna maham beine. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations once again to Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia.
Bueno, mientras dura el jolgorio y la fiesta en ese rincón.
Now, while celebrations continue in that corner, we shall move on with Mauritania, the epic of Samba Gueladio, and I would like the evaluation body to now present its report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mauritania has nominated the epic of Samba Gueladio. The epic of Samba Gueladio is a legend relating to the hero Samba Gueladio. The epic is regarded by the community to be an oral historical document recounting events that took place at the turning point of the history of the Futa and reflects the collective consciousness of the communities. The file describes a number of proposed safeguarding measures to ensure the viability of the element. These include an information gathering campaign to document and collect data in audio and visual recordings. National initiatives to present the element to the general public across all regions of the country, education efforts in primary, secondary schools and universities, and various others. For the preparation of the nomination file, meetings were held with the communities to raise awareness about the nomination, obtain their consent, and involve them in the process. Over the course of these meetings, community members shared their views about ways to safeguard the element, and their suggestions formed the basis of the proposed safeguarding measures. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could we please have the decision displayed on screen, please? So 19Com7B 48. I suggest that we adopt it as a whole. I see no objection. Decision adopted.
Ofrezco la palabra a su
I'd now like to give the floor to Madam Ambassador, Ms. Lim Haimid. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. It is a huge honor in the name of the delegation of Mauritania to express our joy and gratitude to the members of this committee for the decision to inscribe the epic of Samba Gueladio on the list of intangible cultural heritage. We would also like to thank the Secretariat of the Convention for working with us and for their continuous support, as well as to the evaluation body for their expertise and their recommendation to inscribe the element. The epic of Samba Gueladio is a Pearl epic that tells the story of Samba Gueladio, who was ousted from power and was trying to regain his throne. And this epic, based on the Pearl values, tells this epic story, and it reflects Pearl and Mauritanian society. And this story has been transmitted by the griots. It is in a very poetic style, and it is accompanied by music at events such as weddings and other socio-cultural gatherings. This popular music helps people understand their history and teaches them values such as generosity, perseverance, and courage. This epic is also considered as a celebration of inter-ethnic alliance based on mutual respect and fosters social cohesion and values such as solidarity, cooperation, and mutual assistance. It is focused on the peaceful resolution of conflicts and disputes. It encourages tolerance and inclusion within communities. This inscription is essential for the bearer community and truly showcases our intangible cultural heritage, and it allows, through universal recognition and awareness raising, a way to bring new impetus to the practices of this community. And as we say, in our language to say thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. Un aplauso. Felicitaciones.
Thank you very much to you. Congratulations to Mauritania. All right, let's move on with our next list of elements. So now we've reached Mongolia. Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices. The evaluation body will be giving us a presentation of this element. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices, submitted by Mongolia. Mongolian nomadic culture is a way of life that is rooted in the interdependence between pastures, livestock, and herders. Families move between pastures based on the factors such as amount of grass available, geography, climate, and season. This approach has been passed down for generations as a means of giving the earth time to regenerate. A range of safeguarding measures were indicated in the file. These include legislations, conducting inventorying and research activities, and documenting the living traditions of each ethnic group in the 5 regions of Mongolia. Herders and representatives, scholars, governmental and local organizations, and NGO actively participated in the preparation of the nomination file. Field research and coordination meetings were held. The nomination file indicated that 17,200 herder families living in the 35 villages across 15 provinces gave their consent. However, it is noted that the letters of consent were signed off by governors of provinces on behalf of their communities, and the file could have benefited from letters of consent or other materials that directly reflected the consent and views of the communities. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Podemos.
Thank you very much. Could we see the draft decision on the screen, please? (19Com7B49) draft decision. I propose that we adopt it as a whole. I see no objection to doing so. Therefore, it is considered adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra.
I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nyamku Ulambayor, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Mongolia to UNESCO. Go ahead, please, sir, ma'am.
Chairperson, distinguished committee members, dear ADG Ernesto, dear Secretary Fumiko, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my delegation and on people of Mongolia, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee members and the evaluation body for your careful evaluation and support to this nomination. Today is a great day for Mongolia. Mongolians, we are descendants of nomads. We are very proud of the richness of nomadic culture and its associated traditions. We are very grateful to the committee for its decision to inscribe the Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. We would like to express our gratitude to all the organizations, individuals, herders, communities who have supported us. We received this recognition, this decision of the committee with deep respect. This inscription makes our 16th ICH element. Almost all of Mongolia's inscribed ICH elements are related to nomadic culture and its traditions, highlighting how nomadic life and culture is inseparable from our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, nomadic migration is not only migration, but a philosophy of sustainable development. Nomadic families move between pastures in 4 different seasons, and this gives the Mother Earth time to rejuvenate. Such an approach in ensuring harmonious interdependence between pastures, livestock, and herders has been passed down from generation to generation. With the major trends as climate change, many regions with nomadic population and nomadic heritage are facing crucial challenges to their existence and future viability. The solution can be learned from the nomadic culture and nomadic lifestyle. Dear colleagues, Mongolia's long-term development policy Vision 2050 underlines the importance of promoting and safeguarding the diversity of nomad culture and customs. In line with this, the government of Mongolia has been taking efforts through national and multilateral initiatives such as identifying the best ICH barriers of the year since 2018 and organizing Nomad Festival since 2021. Furthermore, we would like to highlight that these measures triggered youth inspiration to learn and take pride in national cultural heritage and became a good practice to promote the diverse expression of cultural heritage worldwide and support practitioners and communities. Mongolia is nowadays elaborating a new law on supporting the ICH practitioners. The year 2026 has been proclaimed as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists by the UN General Assembly in 2022 with the support of 102 countries on the proposal from Mongolia. In 2026, Mongolia is also hosting the 17th conference of the parties to the United Nations Conventions to combat desertification. We do believe that the role of International Institute for the Study of Nomadic Civilizations Category 2 Center based in Ulaanbaatar will be crucial to safeguard not only Mongol nomad migration, but also to foster cooperation among nomadic civilizations. Furthermore, the initiative of Mongolia to create the UNESCO collection on history of nomadic civilizations adopted by the 22nd General Conference and its further implementation with the support of international partners and researchers will aid common value to this element. As such, Mongolia will continue its efforts in safeguarding its nomadic heritage, in particular Mongol nomad migration and its associated practices. Once again, I'm grateful for the inscription of this heritage, and thank you once again for supporting this nomination file. Thank you, the people of Paraguay, for hosting us warmly in your beautiful country. Thank you for attention, and may the eternal blue sky bless us. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Felicitaciones nuevamente a Mongolia.
Congratulations to Mongolia. We're going to be moving on now to the next element presented by Myanmar. The Ata Tingyan, the traditional New Year festival. I would ask the evaluation body to give us their conclusions about this element. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myanmar has nominated Myanmar Traditional New Year Ata Tingyan Festival. The element is a 5-day annual water festival that is observed in Myanmar to celebrate the traditional New Year. The element promotes unity and harmony among families and communities. The nomination file indicates that the element contributes to several aspects of sustainable development. In terms of peace and social cohesion, the festivals promote social harmony and cooperation, improve understanding of diverse practices, and is celebrated by people of different backgrounds. The nomination file was prepared with the participation of social and cultural organizations as well as individuals from various regions and states. Various letters of consent and the video were submitted together with the nomination file to demonstrate the consent of the communities concerned. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Podemos tener.
Thank you very much. Can we see the draft decision on the screen, please? Draft decision 19-7B50. I see no objections to approving it, so I propose that we adopt it as a whole, and that's done.
Ahora quisiera
I'd like to give the floor to the delegation from Myanmar. Go ahead, please.
Merci, Madam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There's two things I'd like to say. First of all, I'd like to give my sincere thanks to the home country, Paraguay, for your warm hospitality and for the decisions taken here.
ADG Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone Ramirez, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. The honor of Myanmar New Year Adal Dajan Festival be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity is a result of the steadfast efforts and collaboration of all stakeholders and communities in Myanmar. Adal Dajan is one of the most recognized and widely celebrated events in Myanmar, usually in mid-April, by all national races around the country. Despite being first recorded on the Myanmar National Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2020, the earliest mentions of Adal Dajan in history records have dated back to Bagpipe of the 11th century AD. Adal Dajan brings communities together as people join hands to celebrate the Myanmar New Year. People enjoy splashing water on each other, an act that is believed to bring good fortune through its symbolic cleansings. Common activities also include pouring scented water over boarded statues, offering traditional food to all comers, setting animals free as Jivita Dana or donation of life, and joining meditation retreats. Decorated pandals or stages set up in towns and cities feature cultural shows and performances. Adal Dajan also attracts international guests, and its exhilarating experience offers visitors a glimpse into Myanmar's rich cultural heritage and traditions. As we celebrate today the joyous moment of the successful inscription of Myanmar New Year Adal Dajan Festival on the ICC list, it is imperative for us to continue our efforts in safeguarding this treasured heritage of humanity to endure another 1,000 years, as it has been passed down from generation to generation. I want to conclude,
So before finishing up, I would like to express my profound gratitude to all of the distinguished members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, as well as to Madame Fumiko Ohinata, the Secretary of the 2003 Convention, as well as to the Secretariat, as well as to the evaluation body for its inestimable and valuable support in successful inscription of our Myanmar traditional New Year Atan Tingyan festival on the list of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Now,
Muchísimas gracias.
Madam Chair, with your permission,
Yeah.
I'll pass the microphone to the Chair of Myanmar Cultural Heritage Trust for her remarks.
Adelante.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Chair and founder of Myanmar Cultural Heritage Trust that has led the process of preparing the nomination file of Atatajan with the support of communities, groups, and individuals through talks and discussions. The inscription of Atatajan on the Intangible Cultural Heritage List is a testimony of our commitment to the preservation of our heritage elements in our country. The inscription comes with the pride as well as with great responsibility to raise awareness of the element among the future generation. In the meantime, we are resolute to actively take part in the work of preparation, many more nomination files for the future Intangible Cultural Heritage inscription. Our people are very proud and happy regarding the inscription of our Atatajan. Thank you so much.
Felicitaciones nuevamente por
Congratulations once again for your inscription to Myanmar. Before going on to the next inscription, we're going to learn some Guarani. Baishaba means how are you, or how are you in the plural or singular. And the answer is, if you just want to say fine, Ipuna. But if you want to say you're doing really well, you say Iponain tire. So my question is, Baishapa?
Muy bien.
I think you did great. Iporai tere, very well. The next element is from Nigeria. It's Durbar in Kano. So I would ask the evaluation body, please, to give us their presentation of their conclusions about this element. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is Durbar in Kano, submitted by Nigeria. Durbar is a procession involving men on horses and men and women on foot performing various actions transmitted through generations. The procession is a platform of cultural expressions that cut across different ethnicities, genders, and ages. The knowledge and skills related to Durbar are transmitted through informal training and hands-on practice within various groups associated with the element. The element promotes social integration of all ethnic groups in Kano. In addition, the file explains the connection between the element and the quality education, food security, healthcare, gender equality, inclusive economic development, environmental sustainability, and peace and social cohesion. There are many safeguarding measures proposed in the nomination file. These include training programs, workshops, capacity building for the communities, financial support, and use of the technology for awareness raising. To conclude, the evaluation body commends the State Party for a well-prepared and well-written file and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could we get the draft decision on the screen, please? Draft decision 19-7B51. Can we adopt it as a whole? Adopted. I give the floor to the delegation from Nigeria. Go ahead, please.
Her Excellency Nancy, our dear good friend and ambassador of Paraguay to UNESCO, ADG Culture, Otone, chairperson of the evaluation body, members of the committee, excellencies, and dear colleagues. I bring you fraternal greetings from the government and the good people of Nigeria. From the onset, let me appreciate the committee for the unanimous decision to inscribe the Kano Durbar as an intangible heritage of humanity. This inscription brings the number of elements inscribed on the list of Nigeria to a total of 8, and it means a lot to us. The inscription is yet another testimony of harmony in our common belief in culture and tradition as center to human development and linkage of historical pattern and contemporary practices through living heritages around the world. As will be seen in the video, Kano Durbar is one of such traditions of celebrating leadership, elegance, and the power of cooperation between communities, ethics, and nations. Since 1466, the Kano Durbar is held as a procession of 10,000 men on horses as well as men and women on foot, performing different actions transmitted through generations. It is held ordinarily during the 2 Muslim festivals of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Kabir in the month of 9th and 10th of the Muslim calendar, respectively, every year, and on other occasions, special occasions, the emir being the center figure in every procession, his contingents made up of the palace courtiers, officials, and bodyguards. His chiefs with their contingents are characterized by specific dress codes, and their order of procession is based on the participation of their ancestors in the previous Durbar. The Durbar is a festival of color, respect, pride, and harmony. It is a powerful socio-cultural festival that brings together many ethnic groups, including the Hausa, the Fulani, Arabs, Nupe, Yoruba, and Tuaregs, those integrating them into one community with dominant Hausa Muslim culture. The special products of the various ethnic groups are incorporated in the Durbar over the centuries, constituting an industry that creates jobs, economic empowerment within the communities. Given its unique and uniting elements, the Durbar has grown to become popular to the point that many states across northern Nigeria now practice it, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as a carnival. We are convinced that the inscription of Kano Durbar on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity will contribute contribute to the visibility of the intangible cultural heritage in general, and raise awareness of its importance at the local level. This inscription is also an opportunity to expose to all UNESCO member states the creative content of one of the best equestrian heritage terms of apparels, properties, skills deployed by the bearer and the practitioner. We are happy and also grateful once again for this inscription. It also brings to us pride, and we are determined to contribute to take solid safeguarding measures to preserve this great intangible heritage of humanity for future generations. We invite you all to consider Nigeria as your next holiday destination very soon, to be part of the already growing tourist attraction in our country. Madam Chair, with your permission, please let me invite the Executive Secretary of the National Institute of Culture Institute in Nigeria, Orientation in Nigeria, to complement these remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Evaluation Body, distinguished delegates. Let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the Evaluation Body for the approval of this element. On behalf of the President of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Culture, Arts and Tourism and Creative Economy, the entire people of Nigeria, I say thank you for this immense recognition of a culture that serves not only the people of Kano, but the entire northern Nigeria. This feat gives us, as a country, immense pride. This element represents the veritable bond between kingship, leadership, and the people of Kano. It is more of a social contract that binds the individual community to each other in a way that fosters social cohesion. It is driven by collective purpose and creative ingenuity, and a sense of communal dedication and commitment to centuries of cultural patrimony. This element is at the very core of our sustainable development as a people. Once again, Nigeria appreciates this gesture. Thank you very much.
Kano Durbar Festival is a religious and cultural festival which unifies the Kano community, also known as the Kano Emirate Council in Kano State, Nigeria. It is Nigeria's most spectacular and biggest horse parade, as it marks the Islamic holidays of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The Emir of Kano is the bearer of the Kano Durbar Festival, and the festival cannot hold without his active participation. The festival is a portrayal of the gathering of regiments historically deployed for the defense and protection of the Kano Emirate, managed by the district heads and the chiefs of noble households, demonstrating their allegiance to the Emir of Kano by showcasing their horsemanship skills and valor. The order of procession of the parade is strictly organized, maintaining all the rules and regulations therein. The Emir and his entourage are positioned in between the chiefs of nobility at the front and the contingents of the chiefs of royalty at the rear. The procession to Fanisau Daba, Hawan Fanisau, which is the largest equestrian annual procession in West Africa, spanned a distance of approximately 28 kilometers, with about 2,500 horses participating. About 2 million people, representing over 10% of Kano population, watches the Durbar Festival. The Kano Durbar Festival is celebrated in 4 days of grandeur, horsemanship and equestrian parades. It begins with Hawan Salah, which holds from the first day of Eid al-Kabir, Eid al-Adha, or even a special Durbar to honor an august visitor. The gun salute by the palace guards, Meitafari, signals the beginning and the end of the Durbar. The Hawandoshi takes place on the second day. The emir with his entourage rides out of the palace to Batandaki, the palace of the queen's mother, to pay homage to his mother. He rides through a stretch of quarters and homes of historically important families and returns to the palace of Koforkudu, where he takes position facing outwards for the Jahi, salute by the horsemen. The district heads, their families and entourage perform the traditional greetings in hierarchical order to reaffirm their loyalty to the emirate. It is a most intriguing and impressive part of Durbar as waves of riders charges towards the emir, only to pull aside directly in front of him in a cavalry salute. The Hawan Nasarawa takes place on the third day, when the emir and his procession move over to the state government house to pay homage to the governor. The Hawan Dorei holds throughout the fourth day. The emir's procession goes round the major quarters of Kano to acknowledge homage from his subjects. Although the procession is strictly made up of men dressed in magnificent robes and turban, with either one or two seemingly ears sticking out, denoting their royal lineages, it is the women courtiers who actually accompany the emir to the first inner gate of the palace, while the male counterparts take over the emir's contingent. Men, women, and children of the community line up along the procession route to pay homage to their emir. The Kano Durbar Festival also showcases spectacular rhythmic display of traditional musical instruments, dances, justice, animal handlers, stuntmen, as well as the creativity of the craftsmen and women who produce the elaborate properties in costumes and display during the festival.
This noble idea is indeed an honor, not only to the Emirate Council of Kano, but to Nigeria in general. And I wish to reassure you of our readiness to work hand in hand with you, get UNESCO to list the Kano Durbar on its representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity.
The Kano Durbar Festival continues to be the melting pot and unifying heritage of young and old in Kano.
Felicitamos nuevamente.
Congratulations once again to Nigeria for the inscription. The next element was submitted by the Lao People's Democratic Republic, the Fonel Lam Vong Lao. The evaluation body will now present its conclusions.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Lao People's Democratic Republic has nominated Phong Lam Vong Lao to the representative list. The Phong Lam Vong Lao is a celebratory dance practiced widely by the Lao communities. Traditionally performed in villages, the dance is now practiced widely in events ranging from weddings to conferences. The knowledge and skills are transmitted informally through hands-on practice and observation, and also formally in the National College of Performing Arts, schools, and private education colleges. The State Party has developed a national action plan to safeguard the element. The plan includes publications, funding support for performing arts schools, capacity building programs. In addition, the bearers and practitioners took an active role during the nomination process. Several open meetings involving associations, researchers, masters, teachers, performers, journalists, and NGOs were held. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body views that the file meets all 5 criteria and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Can we please have the draft decision on screen? Draft decision 19-7B 46. I propose that we adopt it as a whole. I see no objection. Decision adopted.
Ofrezco la palabra.
I now give the floor to the delegation. Please go ahead. Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the Intergovernmental Committee for Intangible Cultural Heritage, and members of the evaluation body. Allow me, first of all, to thank the government of the Republic of Paraguay for its very warm welcome. In the name of the people of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and on behalf of our government, I would like to warmly thank UNESCO and all of its members for having created this incredible convention on intangible cultural heritage, which allows us today to build bridges between our peoples and cultures. The Phon Lam Vong Lao is a celebratory dance practiced by Lao communities. It is couples of men and women who dance this dance, and it's traditionally practiced in villages during weddings and official events, family gatherings and meals. The knowledge is transmitted informally through practice, and the dance is also taught in many public and private performing arts schools, and it is promoted through cultural activities. It is a symbol of identity and spirituality, and it also embodies traditional and modern culture. It is an integral part of Lao life and community and allows cultural and artistic expression. It fosters social cohesion within communities and at the national level. The Phom Lam Vong Lao dance continues to be living heritage. It is the purpose of traditional dance in communities, and today you have recognized its inscription. As such, you are allowing communities, practitioners, and lovers of the Lao People's Democratic Republic to celebrate its inscription. And once again, in the name of the people of our country and our government, I would like to thank UNESCO, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, the members of the Intergovernmental Committee, members of the evaluation body, and all of the communities. Thank you.
โสภาสดใสอยู่แดนใดหัวใจบ่ลืมแสนซาบซึ้งดังเสียงกอแม่เอ๋ยแสนซาบซึ้งดังเสียงกอแม่เอ๋ย
The Lam Vong is one of the traditional dances of the Lao people, specific to Laos, and is a central and living part of Lao culture. It is danced at many, if not at all, occasions when there is a celebration. The Lam Vong is danced throughout Laos and across the whole spectrum of Lao society, from important international and government functions to popular festivities in halls and houses, and even in the streets. In the Lao countryside, people come together to celebrate key events of the Lao year with the Lam Vong. For example, when harvesting was finished, Lam Vong was traditionally danced around the harvested rice to show their happiness. To illustrate the importance of the Lam Vong dance to all the Lao people, not only would a Lao wedding be incomplete without the Lam Vong, but the first dance of the evening, where the husband invites his newlywed wife to dance, is a Lam Vong in solo. A second Lam Vong dance follows immediately, where the fathers and mothers-in-law and mothers and fathers-in-law dance together, and the rest of the guests are invited to join them. Even international guests of renown have danced the Lam Vong. The Lam Vong dance is present across all the provinces in Laos and in all of the Lao ethnic groups. The specific traditional music of the different provinces is used for the Lam Vong dance, which is always accompanied by a singer or several singers, which are called more Kap in the north of the country and more Lam in the south. This has produced an enormous variety of types of Lam Vong, each with its own codified steps and hand movements, which reflect the richness of Lao culture. There are 19 different types of Lam Vong dance in Laos, from the well-known Mo Lam songs such as Lam Salavan, Lam Tang Rai, the Lam Sipandon, to the well-known Kap songs such as Kap Luang Prabang and the Kap Sing Kwang. The Lam Vong is an extremely elegant dance, where the dancers are very respectful of their partners. There is a formal greeting before the dance starts, and then the partners maintain a respectful distance where there is no physical contact. The name Vong means circle, and the dance is normally performed by many couples that dance in a circle. The man always dances in an inner circle, and the lady dances in an outer circle. Now, our children continue to perpetuate this unique Lao art.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations once again to the Lao People's Democratic Republic for this inscription. The next element was submitted by North Macedonia and Turkey. Traditional bagpipe making and performing. And I now give the floor to the evaluation body to present its conclusions on this element.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. North Macedonia and Turkey have nominated traditional bagpipe, Geda Tulum, making and performing. The element is the making and performing of the traditional melody bagpipe, which is made out of boxwood. The bearers and practitioners of the element include traditional bagpipe makers, performers, and academics. The element promotes unity of communities and families during social activities. It serves as a symbol of cultural identity, thus reinforcing a sense of belonging, solidarity, and cooperation. Various safeguarding measures have been proposed by both submitting states. The joint measures include field research, exchange programs, and performances. Other measures include establishing a cultural space for the element and organizing festivals at the international level. To prepare the nomination file, both states established working groups involving various stakeholders, communications via email, interviews, and meetings between experts, practitioners, and other stakeholders, provided the information needed to complete the nomination form. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please have the draft decision on screen? Draft decision 19-7B52. If there's no objection, I propose that we adopt it as a whole. Decision adopted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me congratulate you for the hospitality and excellent organization of the event. This joint success with the Republic of Turkey is a result of a teamwork among state institutions, scholars, and the Bagpipe players who have safeguarded this instrument for centuries. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Republic of Turkey for the cooperation and congratulate them on the inscription of their tulum. The Macedonian type of bagpipe, once the instrument of the poor, has journeyed from rural areas to the university in Skopje and Štip, and now resonates across 3 continents, Europe, Australia, and America. It is played by Macedonians, but also by members of non-native cultures. On behalf of past, present, and future generation of bagpipers, I thank you, the Evolution Body and the Intergovernmental Committee, for inscribing the Macedonian bagpipe on the representative list. Ви благодариме, UNESCO. Thank you, UNESCO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first thank to Paraguay for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to our delegation. I also wish to congratulate the committee, the evaluation body, and the Secretariat for the good work and successful organization of the whole event. Bagpipe is a traditional woodwind instrument with distinguished physical and sound characteristics. The instrument is known to raise the sense of happiness, joy, and thrill, as well as that of sadness and sorrow. It gathers people from different social backgrounds and cultures in various activities and events. In submitting states, it's practiced in a wide geographical range, which has been home to many different cultures throughout history. Thus, bagpipe tradition enhances historical bonds between the past and the present and strengthens the sense of cultural continuity for its communities. Taking this opportunity, I also wish to thank the Republic North Macedonia for its efforts in the preparation process. We hope that the inscription will increase the dialogue and create new network opportunities among communities in submitting states. Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations once again to Turkey and North Macedonia for this inscription. Now we go to Norway. Traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice. And I give the floor to the evaluation body.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Traditional Costumes in Norway, Craftsmanship and Social Practice, submitted by Norway. In Norway, traditional costumes are tailored garments decorated with embroidery, ribbons, and fabrics, made of natural materials such as silk, wool, and linen. The production process involves a variety of craftspersons to embroider the costumes and make the accessories. Traditional costumes are worn at both private and public celebrations, symbolic of personal identity and family history. The transmission of the element through vocational schools and the public education system contributes to the quality education of communities, benefiting all, but especially women. The element also promotes economic development by supporting businesses and professional craftspersons. In addition, the file explains that the element promotes trust, inclusion, and a sense of belonging within communities. The evaluation body wishes to commend the State Party for a good quality video that provides a detailed visual presentation of the cultural practices of the element. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Can we have the draft decision on screen? 19Com 7B 53. I propose that we adopt it as a whole. I see no objection. Adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra.
And I now give the floor to the Norwegian delegation, please.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Norway and wearing my Omli bunad from my home area, one of more than 450 different traditional costumes, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for inscribing traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. I would also like to express our gratitude to the evaluation body for recommending the inscription. The acknowledgement is very important for the communities behind the nomination. They have been working targeted in order to safeguard and develop the knowledge of the Buna, both on the social practice and especially the fragile craftsmanship in particular. The inscription is a significant credit for the crafters in particular, for people wearing the costumes, and for the communities which all has actively supported and promoted the nomination. In Norway, we are honored to have received this acknowledgement. We sincerely hope and believe that it will inspire to safeguard the living heritage of Buna in Norway and also intangible cultural heritage worldwide. Allow me now, Chair, to give the floor to two representatives from the NGOs that in their daily work for several years systematically have been safeguarding the Buna tradition and for the last years have been working on this nomination. Please, Camilla Rossing and Solveig Torgersen Grinder.
Thank you. We are deeply grateful and delighted to finally reach
Could the microphone to the NGOs be put on? Let's do it this way.
Hola.
We are deeply grateful and delighted to finally reach this significant day and witness the inscription of traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice. This moment represents the culmination of a long and dedicated journey undertaken by the 5 NGOs directly involved in the nomination process from its inception. A primary goal for us has been to ensure a broad participation from all the communities concerned, including bearers, practitioners, and NGOs across the country. This inscription stands as a vital recognition of the exceptional work carried out predominantly by women in local communities who safeguard and transmit skills and knowledge to younger generations every day.
Traditional costumes are worn by people of all genders, age and social background, including women, men and children. Each region in Norway has its own distinctive costume, reflecting local identity and strong sense of belonging. These garments are integral to family events, celebrations and public occasions, and we are, of course, proudly wearing them today. This is an intangible culture heritage worn close to our bodies, marking significant rites of passage in our lives, in such way a heritage of great value. And we warmly invite you to our lunch seminar tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. in Room Juventud and Hotel Bourbon. And once again, thank you.
Felicitaciones, Noruega.
Congratulations to you, Norway, for your inscription. So lively, so colorful.
Bueno, mientras Noruega celebra,
So while Norway celebrates, we're going to continue with the next inscription from Spain and Italy, which is manual bell ringing. I would like to ask the evaluation body to give us the presentation of the report on this element.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Spain and Italy have nominated manual bell ringing for inscription on an extended basis to include Italy on the representative list. In Spain and Italy, traditional manual bell ringing is a form of communication that is tied to the classification, acoustics, and shapes of bells, bell towers, and belfries, as well as to the knowledge, skills, and techniques of the Customary bell ringers. Transmission processes in Italy are similar to those found in Spain. The practice is passed on informally through hands-on practice within families and through organizations. The nomination file explains how the two state parties will coordinate the implementation of the safeguarding plans. Several current and future safeguarding measures are proposed, including carrying out inventorying activities, archiving audio records, developing the Italian National Register of Bell Ringers, and providing financial resources for seismic adaptation and safety measures for identified places and bell towers. The newly joining communities in Italy participated in the preparation of the nomination file and demonstrated their consent through various letters. The letters from the communities in Spain demonstrated their support for the extension and that the inclusion of the Italian element could enrich the tradition and raise awareness and knowledge about the importance of the manual bell ringing tradition. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could we see the draft decision on the screen, please? Draft decision 19 Com 7B54, manual bell ring, and I propose we adopt it as a whole. Done so.
Y ofrezco la palabra a las delegaciones.
I give the floor to the delegations of Spain and Italy. Go ahead, please. Thank you so much, Excellencies, Chairperson, and members of the committee, distinguished experts from the evaluation body, delegates and participants. I'd like to express my most sincere gratitude on behalf of Italy for your work, as well as for the recognition that you've given of the intangible cultural heritage, a part of our identity and culture, and some of the most important we have. The manual bell ringing element, which was already recognized in 2022 on the representative list of UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage for Spain, is now being extended to Italy as well. This significant recognition emphasizes unity and diversity and shared values of this tradition that has accompanied our daily life for centuries, bringing together action and culture in the melodious sound of the bells, a living and loved symbol, not only by Italians and our Spanish brothers and sisters, but also by everyone in the world who can appreciate those sounds. This extension to Italy is proof of collective participation between institutions and communities, civil society, etc., all of which have engaged in long and arduous work. This nomination process involved a multidisciplinary group that came up with a participatory method promoting knowledge exchange and community cohesion in the spirit of the UNESCO Convention for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. For this reason, I would like to thank all representatives of communities, to the National Federation of Bell Ringers, as well as to the UNESCO Office of the Ministry of Culture, which coordinated this process in such an excellent manner. I'd also like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, as well as the permanent delegation of Italy at UNESCO for their constant and invaluable support. And of course, my warmest thanks to Spain for its valuable collaboration. Italy has always worked together with UNESCO in supporting culture as one of the most important aspects we have for promoting well-being of our societies and in the construction of peace. The recognition of this melodious sound of the bells, which always inspires peace and feelings of peace and community, acquires an even deeper value and an even greater symbolic value at a period where so many changes are happening and global challenges. This sound represents a universal call to solidarity. The bells, with their melodious tone, are a bridge between past and present, a symbol of belonging and unity that goes beyond borders and cultures, offering a message of hope for a brighter shared future. We have gone through this path together for recognition, and we would like to dedicate this to our young people so that they can find inspiration in these values and move forward with this inspiration to ring the bells and be witnesses of a history that belongs to all of us. We celebrate this moment of joy and pride together with all of the community here, custodians and the leading agents of this, which makes it more pleasant to live together. And thanks to your commitment that this tradition will continue to sound in the future, transmitting this message of harmony and hope throughout time and space. Thank you very much from the depths of my heart.
Entenderá, Presidenta, que empiece mi intervención.
Chairperson, as you could understand, I'm going to have to begin by saying Viva Italia! We're going to be sharing this adventure together in the future. And also, my thanks, first of all, to the chairperson, because you are leading our work here in the most wonderful way. And you're also showing a special sensitivity to intangible cultural heritage, and we're great for that. We'd also like to thank the Republic of Paraguay for having organized this 19th session of the committee. We'd like to thank you for your hospitality, your efficiency, and for this love and warmth as well that is heritage for all of us. And I'd like to thank the evaluation body and the Secretariat, because your work for the 2003 convention makes us all so proud and happy to be part of this big family. We'd also like to recognize, as my friend in Italy has already done, but we want to recognize all of the bell communities. The bell ringing is really a universal language that accompanies villages and unites communities in their moments of joy, their festivities, but also in those moments of danger and when they are in mourning. We would like to call upon all countries that share in this tradition to join the candidacy to make this language truly universal and thus contribute to safeguarding a cultural expression that expresses who we are, moves us toward the future, and recalls who we are from who we were in the past. Without that history, nothing can be understood. Thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias y felicitaciones de nuevo a España.
Thank you very much, and our congratulations once again to both Spain and Italy. We're going to be moving on now to the very next element, which will be presented by the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Jordan. It's Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity. I would ask the evaluation body, please, to present to us their conclusions on this element. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The United Arab Emirates, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan have nominated Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity, for inscription on an extended basis to include Jordan on the representative list. Arabic coffee highlights an important aspect of generosity in Arab societies and the associated traditions of hospitality. Serving and drinking Arabic coffee is a daily ritual for communities and states. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could we get the draft decision on the screen, please? Draft decision 19,7B55. Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity. Can we adopt it as a whole? That would be my suggestion. I see no objections to doing so. Adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra.
I'd like to give the floor to the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, we would like to express our gratitude for the extension of the multinational nomination of Arabic coffee, a symbol of generosity, to include the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. This element was first inscribed in the 2015 on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity by the United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Sultanate of Oman, and State of Qatar. The inclusion of Jordan in the Arabic coffee nomination file is a significant addition considering the importance of the nation's Arabic coffee heritage and its social and cultural impact. Furthermore, this inclusion extends an invitation for other nations to join the file with the aim of preserving their related heritage. Madam Chair, Arabic coffee is a unique element served on all occasions. It is a cherished part of Arab hospitality in our communities, which brings together all of society through this special shared ritual. We look forward to continuing to safeguard Arabic coffee as an integral part of our traditions and intangible cultural heritage, for it to be continued to be passed down from one generation to the next. Thank you.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations for your inscription of Arabic coffee. We've got another multinational presentation now from Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Mongolia. It's Nowruz, which is the Persian New Year. I'd like to give the floor to the evaluation body to give us a presentation of the element.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Mongolia have nominated Nowruz, 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 and Nowruz for inscription on an extended basis to include Mongolia on the representative list. Nowruz is a traditional folk spring festival observed in several countries in Asia and the Middle East. For the practitioners in Mongolia, the Nowruz festival is a time for settling debts and disputes, thus promoting unity, solidarity, and respect for everyone participating. The Nowruz in Mongolia encourages dialogue and promotes social cohesion between different groups of people. The inscription on an extended basis to include Mongolia will promote human creativity and respect for cultural diversity. However, the evaluation body found that information about the element's contributions to sustainable development could have been strengthened beyond the general reference to the content in the original file of the inscription. To protect and promote the element, a number of safeguarding measures were proposed. The joining state party also committed to adopting all the safeguarding measures proposed in the original file submitted for inscription. The role and involvement of the Kazakh communities in Mongolia in the planning and implementation of the proposed safeguarding measures were explained through the dialogue process. The evaluation body views that the file meets all 5 criteria and recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Can we get the draft decision on the screen, please? 19.7b56. I suggest that we adopt it as a whole. Done so. I'd like to give the floor to Permanent Delegate of Mongolia. Go ahead, please. Representing the group of countries, go ahead, please.
Chère Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, distinguished members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. This is for Mongolia and for our people, our community, an important day for our Kazakh community in Mongolia. And on behalf of that community, I would like to very much express my thanks from the very bottom of my heart to the evaluation body and the committee for their decision given about this extension. Also, most sincere thanks as well, in particular, to the Islamic Republic of Iran for their help in this extension. I'd also like to express our sincere gratitude to members of the local communities, the bearers in Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, for their invaluable support. This is a proof of the beauty of ICH that unifies all of us. In Mongolia,
holidays of the year, and it's a symbol of unconditional love for Mother Nature and all living things and the spirit of goodness. This spring festival contributes to fostering mutual understanding among ethnic groups and, most importantly, cultural diversity and bonds between nature and humans. Nowruz is a set of attributes as tangible and intangible cultural heritage of Kazakh people in Mongolia and is an interconnected symbol of the respect, belief, and inspiration of individuals, groups, and communities. Mongolia will contribute to a collective commitment to safeguarding and rooting ICH element and will closely collaborate with 12 joint states and other countries who will join in the future time to enhance the viability of this heritage element. Once again, thank you to our colleagues from the countries of Nowruz file. We are delighted with the inscription, with this extension, and we hope to see you in next Nowruz celebration very soon. So thank you for your attention, and with your permission, dear Chairperson, I would like to invite the coordinating country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, to make a statement on behalf of the group. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. In the name of God, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nowruz in a Persian language signifies new days. It marks the celebration of the new year and the arrival of spring, observed annually on the vernal equinox, 21st of March, in alignment with International Nowruz Day. This ancient tradition has been cherished by diverse people across different lands of thousands of years, embodying the wisdom and harmony of our ancestors with the universe and nature. On behalf of Iran, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, India, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Turkmenistan, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the people of Mongolia, particularly the Kazakh community in Mongolia, on embracing Nowruz. I also convey my best wishes to the other 12 member states celebrating Nowruz. Today, we take pride in the expansion of the Nowruz family made possible with the support of the evaluation body and the member of the Intergovernmental Committee. Furthermore, we warmly invite other countries whose communities share the heritage of Nowruz, particularly the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Georgia, and Armenia to join the Nowruz family. Through collaboration, we can safeguard this invaluable cultural element, contribute to the effective implementation of the 2003 Convention, and promote greater social cohesion and friendship among societies and nations. Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations once again. I think that these multinational files embody the very spirit of the 2003 convention. And we've got another one coming now that will be presented by Cyprus, Croatia, Slovenia, Spain, France, Greece, Italy, Switzerland, Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Ireland, and Luxembourg. Art of dry stone construction, knowledge, and techniques. I give the floor to the evaluation body to give us their presentation of this element.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Ireland, and Luxembourg have nominated Art of Dry Stone Construction, Knowledge and Techniques for inscription on an extended basis to include Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Ireland, and Luxembourg on the representative list. The art of dry stone construction is the practice of building with stone without using binding material. The knowledge of the element is part of sustainable land management and represents an important mitigation to the effects of climate change. The dry stone construction encourages dialogue as communities work together to build, maintain, and restore structures of widely ranging sizes and weights. The request to extend the inscription was initiated by the newly joining communities who recognized the potential for closer collaboration among bearers and practitioners across all participating countries. The communities from the original states, along with international associations, were approached with the extension request, and they all supported the initiative and took part in meetings that involved both the original and newly joining communities. The evaluation body commends the state parties on a well-prepared file that features strong participation of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned, and recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Can we have the draft decision on screen, please? Decision 19-7B57. I propose that we adopt it as a whole. Adopted. And I give the floor to a representative of this group of countries. Please, go ahead.
Estimada Presidenta y miembros del órgano.
Dear Chair, members of the evaluation body, we are all thrilled at the inscription of all our countries. From all our countries, thank you very much.
Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, and of course Ireland. I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the members of the committee for this decision. We also wish to extend our deep gratitude to our colleagues from Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, and Switzerland for their support in this extension of the previous dry stone wall inscription. Working on this multinational inscription has already created an international community of stonemasons and artisans who are now working closely together, sharing knowledge and expertise between our countries. Para demostrar la alegría de las comunidades en nuestros países, nos gustaría compartir este corto video. Gracias.
Des de la comunitat andorrana volem donar les gràcies a la UNESCO per haver-nos permès de formar part d'aquesta gran família de la pedra seca. Nosaltres, amb la nostra empenta, farem que aquesta tècnica ancestral que ha modelat les nostres muntanyes i els nostres paisatges esdevingui un patrimoni per a tota la comunitat. Moltes gràcies, UNESCO! Gràcies!
We at the Austrian Dry Stone Wall want to promote dry stone walling in every way. Landscaping, gardening, children's workshop, construction. Since it's the most ancient most durable and most ecological way of building. With its positive decision, the UNESCO will boost the use and the safeguarding of dry stone walling for a future-proof and environmental friendly building.
Les murailleurs de la Fédération Wallonie-Bruxelles de Belgique sont très heureux de l'inscription de savoir-faire de la pierre sèche à l'UNESCO.
Radosni smo I ponosni smo što se širi krug zemalja koje prepoznaju suhozidnu gradnju kao svoju baštinu. Svaki kamen u zidu ima svoje mjesto.
Είναι με ιδιαίτερη ικανοποίηση που ενημερωθήκαμε τη διεύρυνση του φακέλου, γιατί με αυτόν τον τρόπο ενισχύεται η δέσμευση της διεθνούς κοινότητας στην εφαρμογή της τεχνικής, με κύριο σκοπό σήμερα την καταπολέμηση της ερημοποίησης των εδαφών και την αντιμετώπιση αποτελεσματικά των ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων.
La Fédération française des professionnels de la pierre sèche remercie chaleureusement l'UNESCO d'avoir élargi la communauté représentant l'élément, l'art de la construction en pierre sèche aux États d'Andorre, d'Autriche, de Belgique, d'Irlande et du Luxembourg. Que nos savoirs et nos patrimoines nous rapprochent encore plus. Grand merci l'UNESCO.
We are very pleased that the journey that started in 2018 with the first inscription of dry stone walling on the representative list continues and attracts more fellow travelers. Dry stone walling is an essential aspect of landscaping everywhere in the world. We are so happy that we have the first enlargement and we are looking forward to more enlargements. Thank you.
Tá fear áthas arin go mbeidh tógáil clocha hingal na hÉireann ar lista UNESCO de agricultúra go lámhseithe. Báilín buchas gomháil le gach aine go raibh buinteachá leis an iartas seo go mór na tíortha eile as tá míad asúil le comhaidhbriú as cardis libh go léir. Mar a deireadh an seanach go Gaelach, ní neart go cur le chéile.
L'arte della costruzione in pietra secca è un linguaggio universale che continua sempre di più a dimostrare la sua validità non solamente come espressione del passato, ma come espressione della contemporaneità, dei valori dell'oggi, tra cui quelli ambientali. L'Italia è onorata di aver fatto parte del primo dossier di candidatura e oggi accoglie con grande entusiasmo l'estensione del dossier.
Am Kader von unserer gemeinsamen multinationalen Kandidatur von der Kunst Drischmauern zu bauen. Ein grosses Merci von Lützeburg und UNESCO, uns auf die Repräsentativliste vom immateriellen Kulturerbe von der Menschheit abgeholt zu haben. Wir freuen uns.
Zahvaljujemo se za širitev UNESCO-ve suhozidarske družine.
Desde la comunidad portadora de la piedra en seco en España queremos agradecer a la UNESCO la inscripción en la lista representativa del patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad de esta técnica constructiva. Nos va a permitir conservar y mantener este legado tradicional histórico para las generaciones posteriores.
Bonjour les Suisses. Nous nous réjouissons beaucoup de voir que la famille Mur de Pierre Sèche s'est agrandie aujourd'hui. Merci au comité pour cette décision positive et puis bienvenue à ces 5 nouveaux pays. Nous espérons vous voir tous, vous rencontrer en Autriche l'année prochaine.
It made the Austrian dry stone wall community very happy.
Pozdrav iz Hrvatske.
À bientôt.
Yes!
Congratulations once again to this group of states for the inscription.
Bueno, mientras dura.
Now, while the countries celebrate, I suggest we move to the final element on this list. It is also a multinational file from Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Indonesia. Cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia. And I give the floor to the evaluation body for this element.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia have nominated cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia for inscription on an extended basis to include Indonesia on the representative list. The Balafon in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Côte d'Ivoire, and the Kolintang in Indonesia refer to a set of wooden xylophones of different lengths. The Indonesian and West African instruments share similarities in material, shapes, keys, functions, transmission processes, and values. The file explains how the element will contribute to various aspects of sustainable development. The extension is also expected to increase interest in and awareness of the communities in the 4 countries, thus promoting intercultural dialogue and fostering mutual respect, and contributing to social cohesion and peace. It will also increase awareness of the value of intangible cultural heritage in countries in Africa and Asia. In addition, the file explains how communities, groups, and individuals in various provinces in Indonesia participated in meetings and prepared the safeguarding plans. The evaluation body wishes to commend the state parties for a well-prepared file that can serve as a good example for multinational files, reflecting a model of collaboration between diverse countries from 2 electoral groups. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list on an extended basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the draft decision on screen? Decision 19Com7B58. I propose that we adopt it as a whole. I see no objections. Adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra.
And I give the floor to the representative of this group of states. You have the floor.
First? Okay.
Madam Chair, allow me, on behalf of Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Mali, to take the floor. We'd like to thank Indonesia for having let us take the floor first. And every time that we recognize what is dear to all of our peoples, practices, expressions, knowledge, and know-how, and instruments as well, that helps us transcend geographical borders and bring together our people. We are uniting nations, languages, cultures of the world. In Indonesia, as in Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Mali, Balafon and Kolintang represent mutual respect and tolerance and promote life, unity, and harmony. And this recognition fosters intercultural dialogue and raises awareness amongst the communities of the four countries on mutual respect, social cohesion, and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Intergovernmental Committee, by inscribing Balafon and Kolintang, we are recognizing this instrument that was inscribed in 2012 with an extension now in 2024. From the musicians to the dancers, there are various professions involved in this tradition. And it involves a number of traditions, the use of different types of wood, fiber. And as such, this ICH that is transmitted from one generation to the next is constantly recreated by communities as they interact with nature and with their own history for the preservation of a sense of identity and continuity. And as such, they contribute to promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. On behalf of the local committees that communities that practice Balafon in Burkina Faso, and alongside communities from Côte d'Ivoire and Mali, I would like to say thank you. And to conclude, we also thank the evaluation body for the attention they gave to these practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the inscription of cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Indonesia on the list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. I would like to express my profound gratitude to my esteemed colleagues from Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and the dedicated communities who have supported the Kolintang Balafon extension. Your warm reception and an unwavering commitment has made this milestone possible. We are profoundly excited by this inscription as it signifies a landmark achievement, the first multinational file that bridges nations from the Asia-Pacific and African groups. The Kolintang of Indonesia and the Balafon of West Africa, despite their vast distance, are deeply connected as cultural symbols and storytelling instruments. The Kolintang embodies Indonesia's heritage, while the Balafon is vital to West African traditions. Together, they illustrate the universal language of music, reflecting our shared values in upholding the importance of preserving cultural diversity and natural sustainability. This inscription serves as a powerful example of how living heritage can unite people across different ethnicities, religious beliefs, languages, and nations. It is a reminder that despite our differences, we are bound together by creativity, resilience, and the transformative power of music. We are confident that this inscription will serve as a powerful inspiration and catalyst for peace and harmony, transcending geographic, cultural, and linguistic barriers. Madam Chair, it is now my honor to present a video message from His Excellency Fadli Zon, the Minister of Culture of Indonesia, who will deliver a statement on the inscription of Kolintang Balafon. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the committee, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Today, we celebrate a historic moment that fills us with pride and gratitude, the encryption of the Kolintang, a traditional Indonesian musical instrument as part of UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Kolintang, a traditional xylophone-like instrument, has been an integral part of the Minahasa community in North Sulawesi province for centuries. It symbolizes harmony, unity, and the creative ingenuity of the Indonesian people. The inscription of Kolintang as intangible cultural heritage of humanity also reflects its cross-cultural values. Our collaboration with Mali, Burkina Faso, and Côte d'Ivoire through its connection to Balafon illustrates how traditional music can bridge nations. This decision reflects more than a strategic adjustment. It highlights a beautiful truth about humanity. Despite the vast distances between Indonesia and West Africa, we find echoes of our cultural expression in one another. While distinct in origins and practices, Kolintang and the Balafon demonstrate how music transcends borders, uniting us in shared creativity and rhythm, and respecting the world's rich cultural diversity. As we celebrate its journey toward global recognition, let us also reflect on the deeper connection it represents, not just within our nation, but across the world. This recognition by UNESCO is a testament to the tireless efforts of everyone. I sincerely appreciate all of you, musicians, artisans, cultural practitioners, and local communities in Indonesia who have worked together to preserve, promote, and share Kolintang with the world. We are grateful for your skill and devotion. We thank you for sharing its magic with the world and inspiring new generations to embrace this heritage. Your hard work, resilience, and commitment have ensured that Kolintang continues to thrive and be celebrated both in Indonesia and beyond. I hope that the encryption of Kolintang will inspire dialogue and mutual understanding among cultural practitioners and act as a bridge that connects generations, a medium that tells stories of our past and symbolizes our cultural identity. We thank UNESCO and the global community for supporting the preservation of Kolintang. May this inscription mark the beginning of closer and more sustainable collaborations in the future. Today's milestone is not the end of our journey. It is the beginning of a renewed commitment, and we must remember the responsibility that comes with recognition. Let us work together to ensure that Kolintang, a vibrant symbol of creativity, harmony, and unity, continues to inspire and connect our past, present, and future. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I hear music.
Bésame, bésame mucho.
Que tengo miedo perderte después. Está tocando un bolero.
It's playing a bolero, also intangible cultural heritage.
Como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho. Que tengo miedo a perderte después. Bravo.
Bravo.
Bueno, estamos.
We are now ready to examine sub-item 7C. Examination of requests for transfer of elements from one list to the other. May I invite the Secretary to present it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under this sub-item 7C, the committee will examine 3 requests, all submitted by China, to transfer an element from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. While this is the first time that the committee is examining transfer requests under the new procedure, the inscription criteria are those of the representative list and that the committee has already reviewed them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. Let us move now to the examination of the individual requests. We will first examine the request to transfer traditional Li textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering to the representative list submitted by China. Could the evaluation body present to us its findings on this request?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first request is the traditionally textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering, submitted by China. In the inscription in 2009 on the urgent safeguarding list, it was noted that there were only 1,000 practitioners of mostly older people, and there were concerns about the reluctance among younger generations to acquire the traditional knowledge and skills. Over time, the intergenerational transmission has been strengthened. Based on the latest periodic report, there are nearly 20,000 barriers and over 1,000 mastering the full set of skills. The element has been revitalized and enhanced over time with the successful revitalization and sustainable management of the element through efforts such as the establishment of cooperatives and the integration of techniques into formal education. The evaluation body would like to commend the state party for the effectiveness of the safeguarding measures and for the elements contributing to gender equality and inclusive social development. Therefore, the evaluation body recommends that the element be transferred to the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for this presentation. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. Decision 19-7C1. I see no objection. The decision is adopted.
Felicitaciones, China.
Congratulations to China. You have the floor.
尊敬的主席女士，尊敬的助理总干事先生、女士们、先生们，感谢委员会对该遗产项目保护工作的肯定，并将其列入代表作名录。自列入急需保护名录以来，中国紧紧围绕该遗产项目后继乏人的风险，通过支持鼓励传承人传艺带徒，大力开展各类培训，纳入正规教育等方式， 促进该遗产项目的传承，传承群体由1000人增长至2万人。在实现振兴的同时，该遗产项目也为黎族民众，特别是女性提供可持续生计，为年轻一代的全民教育提供优质资源，为不同社区开展相互尊重的对话等作出重要贡献。中国将基于该遗产项目保护现状，继续有针对性地采取保护措施，维护文化多样性，确保该遗产项目为可持续发展和代表作明路目标做出更大的贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for the inscription of traditional Li textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering on the representative list. Since its inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, China has specifically addressed the risk of intergenerational transmission. With increased efforts in safeguarding, such as the enhancement of capacity building of bearers and practitioners through all kinds of training workshops, and the inclusion of the element in formal education systems, the number of practitioners has grown significantly from 1,000 to more than 20,000. While achieving its revitalization, the element has also substantially contributed to sustainable livelihoods for the Li people, particularly women, quality education for the younger generation, and mutual respect and dialogue. Based on the assessment of its current viability and risks, China will continue to take targeted safeguarding measures to ensure that the element contributes to sustainable development and the goals of the representative list. Please enjoy a short video from the communities of the element. Thank you.
祝贺黎族传统防染织绣技艺转入人类非物质文化遗产代表作名录。感谢联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化遗产政府间委员会。
以后我会继续努力，让更多的年轻人加入到传承礼景技艺的队伍中来。
我觉得非常高兴和自豪。我承诺以后会毫无保留地传授学生织锦技艺，让我们的礼锦文化世代延续。
在此向联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化遗产政府间委员会表达最深切的谢意。
我们承诺会在以后的课程实践中肩负起传承者的责任，让礼锦文化不断传承创新，枝繁叶茂。
Gracias, China.
Thank you very much, China. Could I ask the evaluation body to present the next request for transfer, which is the Qiang New Year Festival presented by China on the representative list?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file submitted by China is Qiang New Year Festival. The Qiang New Year Festival is an annual event of Qiang ethnic group in China. The element was originally inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list in 2009 due to concerns about its viability. At that time, the festival faced numerous challenges, including rural-urban migration, difficulties in engaging younger practitioners, and the devastating impact of the 2008 Balafon earthquake. Significant efforts have been made since then. Efforts to enhance intergenerational transmission have borne fruit, as shown by the increasing number of practitioners and the festival's growing importance within the community, highlighted in the periodic report. Communities, groups, and individuals have played an active role in planning and implementation of safeguarding measures. In this regard, the evaluation body wishes to commend the State Party for the level of inclusion of practitioners in the nomination process and for integrating the element into formal education. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be transferred to the representative list. Thank you.
Gracias de nuevo por esta presentación.
Thank you once again for that presentation, so clear and detailed. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. Therefore, I would like to ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. 19.7C2. I see no objection to doing so. Adopted. China, the floor is yours.
尊敬的主席理事，尊敬的助理主干事先生、女士们、先生们，感谢委员会对该遗产项目保护工作的肯定，并将其列入代表作名录。在2008年汶川地震灾后重建中，中国因地制宜，将该遗产项目及应予发展该遗产项目的文化和自然生态予以区域性整体保护，不仅提升了该遗产项目的存续率，也充分发挥了该遗产项目对羌族民众地震灾后重塑社区信念和复原力，强化对粮食安全和环境保护重要性的认识，带动社区民众就业增收，增强社会凝聚力等多个可持续发展方面的积极贡献。该遗产项目的保护是中国非遗整体性保护方式的优秀实践案例，相信能为各国开展非遗保护提供有益的参考。中国将继续统筹运用整体性保护、分类保护、生产性保护等方式，精准施策，不断增强非物质文化遗产的传承活力。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for the inscription of Myanmar New Year Festival on the representative list. In the reconstruction after 2008 Wenchuan earthquake, the safeguarding of the element, its cultural space, and ecological environment was implemented in a holistic approach, which has significantly improved the viability of the element. Consequently, the festival has played a key role in rebuilding faith and resilience after the 2008 earthquake, raising people's awareness of food security and environmental protection, contributing to the sustainable livelihood of the communities and promoting social and family harmony. We believe that this practice of China's holistic approach to safeguard ICH could serve as an example for the committee and states parties. China will continue to implement targeted safeguarding measures that adapt to the needs of different ICH elements to enhance the viability of living heritage. Please allow us to share the voice of our communities through a short video. Thank you.
致力做好千年转为人类非物质文化遗产保护名录。感谢联合国教科文组织保护非物质文化机构审查机构。
我所以呢，还是咱这每年不，根据咱们呢还是按对这些，咱这每天个 그저 외국의 차승의 아는 그 시대하고 난날 가게 난날 사기 하나면은 할 것은 매는 아미면은还是아들这些。
承诺将进一步通过自己的努力，更好地保护我们的文化。
我们将进一步保护、传承、发展青年和乡村文化。
我们将继续努力，更好地保护青年。
我将发挥传承人的作用，带头授业，为青年的传承保护贡献自己的力量。
我承诺将进一步通过自身努力，以枪绣非遗传承人的身份角色，更好保护枪绣。
感谢联合国教科文组织、审查机构和保护机构。
文化馆作为保护单位，我们将继续保护好枪联遗产项目，更好地发挥遗产项目在提高非遗认识、鼓励对话 和促进可持续发展等方面起到积极的作用。
Gracias, China.
Thank you very much, China. Our aviation body, could you please introduce the final request to transfer traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges to the representative list? I give the evaluation body the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next request for transfer is submitted by China for the traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges. The traditional design and practices for building of Chinese wooden arch bridges combine the use of wood, traditional architectural tool, and craftsmanship. The element was first inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list in 2009, as the tradition had declined over the years due to rapid urbanization, scarcity, the timber, and lack of the available construction space, all of which threaten its transmission and survival. The latest periodic report explains that the viability of the element has improved since the inscription in 2009. The population of bearers and the frequency of practice of the element has increased, and the transmission of the element has been strengthened. This was achieved due to the joint efforts of multiple actors, especially the contributions of the communities. The updated safeguarding plan includes various initiatives such as transmission of essential skills and knowledge by master craftspeople, creative methods to engage the younger generations, and increasing awareness through diverse media channels. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends the transfer of the element to the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We haven't received any request for debate or amendment for this file, so I would like to ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as seen on the screens. Draft decision 19-7C3 adopted. China, the floor is yours.
主席女士，尊敬的助理总干事先生、女士们、先生们，该遗产项目是相关社区适应自然环境、顺应生产生活需要、合理利用自然资源而创造出的技艺实践和知识体系，是当地村落文化生态系统的有机组成部分可持续发展的重要资源。自列入急需保护名录以来，在各级政府和其他利益相关方的大力支持下，相关社区保护该遗产项目的积极性得到了极大提升。在村落文化和生态环境保护、原材料可持续供给、代际传承、共同参与造桥和相关文化实践与物质文化遗产协同保护等各项保护措施的实施中发挥了主体作用。中国感谢委员会对该遗产项目及其保护工作的肯定，将继续确保相关社区群体和个人成为其非遗保护的最广泛的参与者和最大的受益者。谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG, ladies and gentlemen. Traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges contains traditional techniques, practices, and knowledge systems created by the local communities in response to natural environment, needs of production and life, and the management of natural resources. It constitutes an integral part of the local cultural ecosystem and an important resource for sustainable development. Since its inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, with support from governments at all levels and relevant stakeholders, the communities concerned have been fully mobilized and have taken the primary role in safeguarding their living heritage. Local communities and woodworkers of all genders are jointly involved in the construction, maintenance, and use of the bridges. The sustainable supply of raw wood materials, the protection of the cultural and ecological environment of the villages, as well as in the related folk practices. China would like to thank the committee for recognizing the effectiveness of the element safeguarding and will continue to ensure the widest possible participation of communities and to involve them actively in the management of safeguarding ICH. We'd like to share a video from the communities of the element. Thank you.
我由衷地祝贺这个遗产项目卷入人类非遗代表作名录，这也是对我们传承人多年努力的最好肯定。未来我们将坚守匠心，积极收徒受益，把这项技艺传承下去。
这门技艺不仅仅是我的工作，更是我一生中的热爱和追求。
未来我将继续肩负传承重任，让更多人了解和爱上这项技艺。
热烈祝贺转名录成功！在未来，我们会持续扩展传承队伍。
作为传承人，我感到非常自豪，这是一个很有成就感的时刻。
木拱桥对于乡村和社区的发展都有辉煌的意义，它激发了乡村发展活力，拓展了村落文化空间，让村民们有一个非常好的休息、交流、聚会平台。
桐园桥是我们村的骄傲和文化标志，未来我们将继续完善廊桥保护计划，助力家乡发展。
在今后的工作中，学校将结合学科知识，充分利用信息技术手段，进一步优化传承木拱桥知识与技艺的形成，丰富学生的知识体系。
欢迎大家来我们家乡玩。
Bueno.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching the end of this morning's session. The lunch break is going to be from now until 2:30 p.m. Don't forget that during the break, different parallel side events will be happening. You can see the announcements there on screen in a moment. For more information, you can look at the schedule of events, which is available on the committee's website. And I'd like to recall that during this break, the certificates ceremony will be given for those elements which have just been inscribed. I'd like to give the floor to Fumiko to explain to us a little bit about how that's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Allow me to make an important announcement to those who are wishing to receive a certificate. Because of the changes related to the ADG's travel schedule, the Secretariat would like to invite all remaining submitting states wishing to receive the certificates to please come to the ceremony during this lunchtime, if you can. We will try to accommodate everybody wishing to receive the certificates during this lunchtime. For 3 proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices that have not yet been examined by the committee under the item 7B, we will organize a brief ceremony, certificate ceremony, at the end of today's session. In any case, the Secretariat will be on the podium right at the end of this session to be able to receive your questions. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thanks so much, Fumiko. Before we go off, I would like to invite a colleague of mine up onto the front who is a person that plays guarania, Ricardo Flecha, that's going to be letting us enjoy a guarania before starting. But Chairperson, I'd like you to come up on the stage with me, please. She says, yes, I will do so, absolutely.
India bella mezcla de diosa y pantera,
doncella desnuda que habita el Guairá.
arisca romanza curvó sus caderas,
copiando un recodo de azul Paraná.
montaras india manceba de la raza virgen Eva Guayaquil, de su tribu la flor montaras Guayaquil.
Eva, arisca de amor,
Eden Guaraní. Una noche tibia nos conocimos
junto al lago azul del Pacaraí.
Tú cantabas triste por el camino,
viejas melodías en guaraní,
y con el embrujo de tus canciones
iba renaciendo tu amor en mí.
En la noche hermosa de plenilunio de tu blanca mano sentí el calor que con tus caricias me dio el amor. ¿Dónde estás ahora, Cuñataí? Que tu suave canto no llega a mí. ¿Dónde estás ahora? Mi ser te adora con frenesí. Todo te recuerda mi dulce amor junto al agua azul de Pacaraí.
Vuelve para siempre, mi amor te espera.
Muchas gracias.
Ahora sí, podemos ir a almorzar.
Okay, now we can go and get lunch. Thank you very much to everyone.
Gracias.
Excellencies, dear ambassadors, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this certificate ceremony. Allow me to explain very briefly how we shall proceed. I will be calling each state party to come and collect the certificate on the coconut podium, and then you will have a photo, and then you will be leaving the stage in order to allow to the next state party to take the certificate. So without any delay, let me call the Republic of Korea for knowledge, beliefs and practices related to junk making in the Republic of Korea, followed by Spain and after Japan. Thank you and congratulations. Spain, Asturian cider culture. To be followed by Japan and the multinational file of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Thank you and congratulations once more. Japan, traditional knowledge and skills of sake making with koji malt in Japan, followed by Egypt, Saudi Arabia for the multinational, and then France. Congratulations once more. And now, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, Semsemia instrument crafting and playing, followed by France and Ethiopia for the multinational file, Djibouti and Somalia. Saudi Arabia. Is there someone from Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia? La France, les savoir-faire des couvreurs zingueurs parisiens et des ornemanistes. To be followed by the multinational nomination file from Ethiopia, Djibouti and Somalia. And Félicitations pour la France. And now, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia for her Shise oral customary laws of Somali Isa communities in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. To be followed by the multinational file for the art of dry stone construction, knowledge and techniques. Thank you, congratulations. Now, Ireland, Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg for art of dry stone construction, knowledge and techniques. L'art de la construction en pierre sèche, savoir-faire et technique. To be followed by Myanmar and the multinational file of Turkey and North Macedonia. Congratulations, félicitations. Myanmar Traditional New Year Atta Tingrian. To be followed by the multinational file of Turkey and North Macedonia and Malaysia afterwards. Congratulations. Turkey, North Macedonia, traditional bagpipe, gaida tulum, making and performing. To be followed by Malaysia and Lao People's Democratic Republic. Congratulations. Malaysia, breakfast culture in Malaysia, dining experience in a multi-ethnic society. Malaysia. Malaysia. Okay. Lao People's Democratic Republic. Von Lam Vong. Lam Vong, to be followed by Norway and the multinational file of Sweden and Norway. Congratulations. Norway, traditional costumes in Norway, craftsmanship and social practice. Sweden, Norway, summer farming at Fabot and Setter, knowledge, traditions, and practices related to the grazing of outlying lands and artisan food production. Norway, where is Norway? 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 C'est une multinationale. Ah, okay, okay, perfect. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, okay. So, congratulations, thank you. Guatemala. Guatemala. Okay. Guatemala. Guatemala is coming. To be followed by Azerbaijan and Albania. So, Guatemala, technique of making the giant kites of Santiago, Zacatepeques, and Zumpango. Guatemala. Everything will be delivered. Everything, yes. But I don't know. You have to wait, yes. Congratulations. Congratulations. Azerbaijan, Tandir craftsmanship and bread baking in Azerbaijan. Yes, sure. To be followed by Albania and Cameroon. Congratulations. Albania Simi dancing of Tropoe, to be followed by Cameroon and Botswana. Ça va le faire. Le Cameroun, avec le Ngodo, culte des oracles de l'eau et tradition culturelle associée chez les Sawa. To be followed by Botswana and the multinational file for the traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread. Félicitations. Botswana, Wasana ritual and associated practices. To be followed by the multinational file for the traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread, and to be followed by Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran for the multinational file. Congratulations. Now the multinational file, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Honduras, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, for traditional knowledge and practices for the making and consumption of cassava bread, to be followed by Tajikistan and Iran, and then the multinational file for henna. Après, c'est le Tadjikistan et l'Iran. Ukraine. Congratulations. Now, Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran, Ceremony of Meregan. Tajikistan and Islamic Republic of Iran, Ceremony of Meregan, to be followed by the multinational file for henna with United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, State of Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Tunisia, and Yemen, to be followed by France and Belgium. Congratulations. Now, the multinational file, United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, State of Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Tunisia, Yemen, for henna rituals, aesthetic and social practices. OK. La France et la Belgique pour la culture foraine. To be followed by Grenada. Il reste 1, 2 plus 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 23, ouais. Congratulations. Grenada. Grenada. For Shakespeare Mass, a traditional component of Kyriakou's annual carnival. To be followed by Ukraine and Estonia. Congratulations. Ukraine and Estonia for the multinational file, Pisanka, Ukrainian tradition and art of decorating eggs. Hungary. Hungary. It's almost at the end. Congratulations. Estonia for cooking and eating mulgi pudar, traditional mashed potato with barley in the Mulgimac region, Estonia. To be followed by China. China. Spring Festival social practices of the Chinese people in celebration of traditional New Year. Now, China has 3 other certificates. Congratulations. Now another certificate for China. Traditionally textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering. Another one, Chang New Year Festival. Nigeria can get ready. to be followed by also Indonesia. And the last one for China, traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges, to be followed by Nigeria and Indonesia. Congratulations, Nigeria. Okay. Indonesia. Is someone from Indonesia is here? No. Le Mali, le Burkina Faso, la Côte d'Ivoire et l'Indonésie pour la candidature multinationale. Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Indonésie, les pratiques et expressions culturelles liées au Balafon et au Kolintang au Mali, au Burkina Faso, en Côte d'Ivoire et en Indonésie. To be followed by the multinational file for Afghanistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Pardon. L'Indonésie, Indonesia? Is someone from? Yes, someone is coming. Okay. And the multinational file for Nowruz, if the states could get prepared.
Señoras y señores, muy buenas.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break, that you were able to relax a little. We are ready to resume. We have finished items 7B and 7C. Congratulations to all of the states whose elements were inscribed. Regarding the multinational file of Nowruz, I was told that one of the submitting states has asked for the floor. And so I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iran. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to clarify that in our statement, the congratulations to Mongolia are from all 12 states parties, and the intimate invitation to join Nowruz is from Iran, regarding the soul of the convention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we can open the afternoon session with the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and I call upon Fumiko to introduce it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome back. So under this item 7D, the committee will examine 3 proposals in the following order: Slovakia, Ukraine, and finally Oman. Let me recall that the committee is to evaluate to which extent the proposals best reflect the principles and objectives of the Convention. In other words, it is not necessary to meet each and every criterion in order for the proposal to be selected. The purpose of this register is to select effective safeguarding practices to be selected, disseminated, and potentially replicated elsewhere. Before starting the examination of the proposals, the committee may wish to keep in mind the criteria that must guide your decisions today. And you can see them on the screens. I also take this opportunity to remind the committee that the evaluation body assessed these proposals according to the old P criteria as they were submitted before the recent amendments made to the operational directives by the 10th session of the General Assembly in June this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you, Fumiko. And now I give the floor to the evaluation body so that they can share with us their findings on the first proposal, School of Crafts Uluf, which is draft decision 19-7D1, submitted by Slovakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first file is the School of Crafts Ulu, submitted by Slovakia. The School of Crafts Ulu is a national program that was started in 1999 to safeguard, promote, and develop traditional crafts in Slovakia. Its courses have encouraged and facilitated the use of available natural materials for a wide range of traditional craft techniques. The nomination file included various statistics to demonstrate the results and effectiveness of the program. Participation of the communities in the implementation of the program is strong, with craftspeople, artisans, students, and tutors participating in the transmission of knowledge and skills. The evaluation body wishes to highlight that this is a well-prepared file that can serve as a good safeguarding model for transmitting traditions to future generations. For these reasons, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the register of good safeguarding practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole.
And promoting our cultural heritage.
On behalf of all craftsmasters, lecturers, and participants of the School of Crafts Uluf, that is part of Center for Folk Art Production, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the members of the evaluation body for their dedicated time and effort in evaluating our proposal, and to the committee members for their invaluable support. We are especially delighted as this marks the first proposal by Slovakia selected for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which we highly appreciate and consider a vital tool for sharing innovative ideas, impactful programs, and inspiring projects. In the field of traditional crafts, many countries face similar challenges. A regional or state system of safeguarding traditional crafts under one roof, in close cooperation with the bearers, as it is the case of Center for Folk Art Production and School of Craft, offers many benefits.
And craftspeople, driven by passion and dedication, preserve this tradition with unwavering commitment, recognizing this as the most effective way how to inspire younger generation and ensure the safeguarding of these cherished practices. The programs are thoughtfully designed to be inclusive, accommodating persons with physical impairments and welcoming international guests. Currently, traditional crafts provide not only an opportunity for employment based on sustainable resources, but also a means of therapy that promotes mental health and well-being for participants involved. I try. Auge ko guatia peme envare kotem biampo poraite e Slovakia gua. Ore rembiapo, orembovi ava.
Nuestro trabajo que nos hace feliz.
Our rapporteur says that this work makes her very happy. Thank you for your effort to speak Guarani. I appreciate it. Thank you, Slovakia.
Vážené dámy a páni, príjmite srdečné pozdravy z Bratislavy, z centrály ústredia ľudovej umeleckej výroby, ktoré ako štátna inštitúcia už od roku 1945 naplňa svoje poslanie v oblasti ochrany a rozvoja tradičných remesiel na Slovensku. Jeho neodmysliteľnou súčasťou je od roku 1999 Škola remesiel, ktorá združuje komunitu majstrov výrobcov, lektorov a záujemcov z radov dospelej i detskej verejnosti. Dovoľte mi poďakovať sa za výber Školy remesiel Úľuv, aby sa stal súčasťou zoznamu dobrých praktík ochrany živého dedičstva.
Ocenenie je pre nás veľkým záväzkom do budúcnosti, aby sme svojou činnosťou aj naďalej rozvíjali krásu remesla a tým zachovávali kontinuitu v starostlivosti o živé dedičstvo Slovenska. Ďakujeme.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations and thank you to Slovakia. Evaluation body, could you please introduce the next file, which is Safeguarding Program of Kopsa and Wheel Lyre Tradition, Draft Decision 19-7D2, submitted by Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next file is the Safeguarding Program of Kobza and Wheel Lyre Tradition, submitted by Ukraine. The main goal of the safeguarding program is to support, protect, and maintain the Kobza and the wheel lyre tradition. It's a master apprenticeship learning system based on lectures, courses, and practical lessons. In alignment with the spirit of the convention, the program entails a democratic and inclusive decision-making process involving barriers and strong community participation. The strategy of safeguarding the Kobza and the wheel lyre tradition is directly implemented by the bearers and practitioners. The program activities conducted by Kobzar sects have strengthened the viability of the tradition and increased its visibility through publications, recordings, and social media. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens. I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 19-72 adopted.
Y ofrezco la palabra.
And I give the floor to Ukraine. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey my sincere respect and gratitude for your support and your adoption of this decision. Today, for the first time, a Ukrainian practice, the preservation program for the Kopsa and wheel lyre tradition, has been included in the register of best safeguarding practices. This is a huge responsibility and a great source of pride for the community as well as for the Ukrainian government. We have a responsibility towards the Kobzars who died defending their country throughout the course of Ukraine's modern history. And in particular, in 2022 to 2024, they inspired and continue to inspire combatants today for freedom and the right to life. Support during difficult times as well as times of peace are important aspects of this celebration. The preservation program for this Kopsa and wheel lyre tradition is an example of the resilience of communities and respect for this tradition. The program illustrates how preservation was organized by the community's own means. The program is based on clear criteria and is aligned with the ethical principles of the community and respect for living heritage. This knowledge is transmitted within the community's own educational system, and this nomination for Ukraine is a good example of a bottom-up approach, given that the community initiated the project. Interested organizations and the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications supported this idea and contributed to its implementation in every possible way. We believe that this nomination is not just a celebration of the tradition, it is also a constant link with those who protected our freedom and our culture at the cost of their lives.
Madam Chairperson, Kobza and wheel lyre tradition is not just music. It goes far beyond by carrying history and soul of all Ukrainians. We truly feel its meaning, and we invite you to listen. A gifted musician, a dedicated keeper and bearer of this tradition, acting proud defender of Ukraine. Through the sound of music, he will share the spirit and the strength of Ukrainian nation and living cultural heritage. Please welcome Taras Kampanichenko with his kobza.
I dedicated this old song to the heroic people of Ukraine who defend our culture, our heritage, our identity, and our freedom. Our freedom.
Що на Чорному морі
кам'яная, а в тій темниці пробувало 700 козаків, бідних невольників. Вони ж то 33 роки у неволі пробували, та Божого світа та сонця праведно собі в очі ніколи не побачали. Та до їжі ж то дівка бранка Маруся, попівна Богославка прибуває, та до козаків рече словами промовляє. Ой, ой, козаки, панове, молодці, а вгадайте, який то в нашій землі християнський, ой, день затепера. А козаки, як ти зачували, дівку бранку, Марусю, попівну Богославку по річах пізнавали, та до неї то словами промовляли. Ой, ой, кажу, дівко, бранко, Марусю, попівно Богославко, хоч ми тебе дівкою бранкою називаєм, а по чим ми те знаєм, а який то в нашій землі християнській, ой, день затепера. А дівка бранка ти зачуває, та до козаків ще словами промовляє, гірко плаче, ридає. Ой, ой, козаки, панове, молодці, ви бідні невольники, а в нашій землі християнській нині то Великодня субота, а завтра святий праздник, роковий день Великдень.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could the evaluation body please introduce the next file, which is Oman Youth Sail Training Ship Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue, submitted by Oman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oman has nominated the Oman Youth Sail Training Ship Safinat Shabab Oman Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue. The Oman Youth Sail Training Ship Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue aims to introduce Oman's intangible cultural heritage to the rest of the world. The program safeguards and promotes various forms of living heritage and enables knowledge and skills transmission through live performance and the global dissemination of living heritage elements. It seeks to raise awareness of intangible cultural heritage at national and international levels. Community members participate in the program in various ways, including as presenters of Omani living heritage and exhibitors of crafts and other elements of intangible cultural heritage. The evaluation body wishes to commend the State Party for a well-prepared file featuring a safeguarding model that promotes living heritage at the regional and international levels while fostering peace, tolerance, and mutual respect. For these reasons, the evaluation body recommends that this program be listed on the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Could I ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole? I see no objection, therefore I declare decision 19,7D3 adopted. Oman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, and honorable delegates. On behalf of Sultanate of Oman delegation, I would like to extend our gratitude to the Republic of Paraguay for the excellent organization and the warm hospitality of the 19th session of ICH. I would like to congratulate all the elements that has been nominated and inscribed in the all list during the past 2 days. And I would like to thank the Secretariat and the evaluation body for their wonderful and concrete work that was consistent and clear. In Sultanate of Oman, we highly appreciate this nomination and inscription of Oman Youth Sail Training Ship, Safinat Shabab Oman, Program for Peace and Sustainable Cultural Dialogue, on the Good Safeguarding Practices list. This achievement is a significant step in highlighting Oman's role in safeguarding its cultural and maritime heritage, reflecting values of understanding, peace, and cultural exchange that Oman has been known through history. As a cultural program, Shabab Oman symbolizes the enduring connection between Oman's maritime legacy and its modern aspirations. It fosters cultural diplomacy, bridges diverse cultures, and inspires younger generation to take their living heritage while engaging with the wider world. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Oman.
Thank you very much, Oman. With this, we've now completed the examination of the proposals submitted for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices under item 7.D. Members of the committee, with that, we've finished looking at all of the individual files under items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. It's been wonderful to see the vibrancy of the various living heritage elements on display, and I thank all the bearers and communities for celebrating with us, for living it with us. So now we're ready to go back to the general debate concerning the report of the evaluation body under item 7. But first of all, I'd like to give the floor, before giving the floor to the committee, I would like to give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, these committee members, honorable delegates and representatives, thank you for giving me the floor before we proceed to the general debate on item 7. On behalf of the evaluation body for the 2024 cycle, I would like to say a few words to summarize our work for this year. I would first like to express our sincere gratitude to the chairperson of the committee for her excellent chairmanship, and I would also like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to all the state parties that have successfully inscribed new elements and programs this year. We can feel the celebratory mood over the past few days, and witnessed the various presentations of inscribed elements. This truly brings meaning to the work of the evaluation body. As the rapporteur has presented earlier during the meeting, this year has been called a year of transition. It is a year where we experience the effects of various changes, such as the transfer of elements from one list to another, revisions to the nomination forms that arose from the outcomes of the global reflections, and changes to the operational directives. These adjustments are not just administrative, they set the foundation for future cycles. However, this period of transition has also required flexibility and patience from everyone involved, including the state parties and their communities concerned. We understand that state parties and communities had to adapt to the new nomination forms and processes. But we are glad to see the high quality of the nomination files in this cycle and the greater use of videos and other materials to elaborate the nomination files. These efforts, especially the additional videos, allow us to see the living nature of the cultural heritage and hear directly from the communities themselves. The evaluation body too had to navigate these changes, adapting to the new forms, questions, and processes, while remaining committed to conventions, guidelines, and operational directives. At the start of the cycle, my colleagues and I had many questions. How do we deal with the significant number of nominations in this cycle? What about the revised questions in R2 and the inclusion of sustainable development in the questions? How should we grapple and evaluate the transfer files? These are just some of the questions that went through our minds as we embarked on the evaluation earlier this year. In order to adapt to these new changes, the use of the dialogue process has been essential. With 27 questions in total this year, this represents the highest number of dialogue questions in one cycle. This mechanism, which was created several years ago and refined over the past cycles, has become a model that could serve to inspire perhaps other UNESCO conventions and their respective listing mechanisms. I believe that the dialogue mechanism is an essential tool, and we should continue to use it extensively in future cycles, as we have done so this year. We are glad that the outcomes for this year has been overwhelmingly positive. The evaluation body has offered our suggestions to the nomination forms and procedures, and these are outlined in our report. We hope that these suggestions will be useful in guiding future nomination files, and that the Secretariat will consider ways to continually improve the nomination forms and procedures. As we celebrate the positive results of this cycle, I must also remind us about the need for continuous capacity building. There continues to be many recurring issues, as highlighted in our report, and providing state parties and communities with the training, technical assistance, and resources will be essential if we are to achieve the convention's goals. This year, we see the stronger emphasis on the links between living heritage and sustainable development. The files this year demonstrate that intangible cultural heritage is deeply intertwined with the betterment of society through education, healthcare, environmental stewardship, and the promotion of sustainable livelihoods. Intangible cultural heritage contributes to a more resilient and sustainable world. In particular, I would like to highlight that many of the nomination files emphasize the role of intangible cultural heritage in fostering peace. In a world increasingly divided by differences, intangible cultural heritage serves as a reminder of our shared humanity. It brings people together, encourages mutual respect, understanding, and encourages unity in diversity. We have named this year as the Connection Cycle. This underscores the power of intangible cultural heritage to create connections that transcend geographic boundaries, histories, languages, and differences. We have seen how intangible cultural heritage connects us with our natural and urban environments, deepening our relationship with the places that we inhabit. We have witnessed how intangible cultural heritage connects communities, creates bonds between people, and promotes social cohesion. And on a global level, we have seen how intangible cultural heritage connects communities in different countries, even across continents, demonstrating how our cultural heritage can bring us closer together, regardless of where we come from. It reminds us that we are one, all part of one global community. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to each member of the evaluation body for their hard work, insights, and commitment, and also to Fumiko and members of the Secretariat team for their support throughout the year. I'm also grateful to the Intergovernmental Committee for entrusting us with this essential work. As I conclude my final year on the evaluation body and my time as chair of the body, I feel a deep sense of gratitude and fulfillment. One of the most inspiring aspects of our work as an evaluation body has been seeing how intangible heritage truly comes alive through the voices, the creativity, and the expressions of the communities. These elements give us a window into the values, the traditions, and the ways of life of people around the world, and allow us to appreciate truly the beauty of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor or open the floor for general debate to the members of the committee.
Burkina Faso tiene la palabra.
I give the floor to Burkina Faso. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We're very grateful to the evaluation body for their concise analysis of the intangible cultural heritage. By enhancing the different values, UNESCO is reinforcing the feeling of pride within communities and raises awareness to the global community about the value thereof. It makes it accessible work as well, and the selection criteria could be more flexible and simple and clear, meaning that one could include less known practices, and which sometimes would be considered more common in regions that are less developed, and their inclusion would be enhanced. We would also be grateful if there could be simplified guides made by the Secretariat and an online tool to help local communities to better understand the expectations and selection criteria while taking into account the realities of different cultural contexts. There's also the issue of the process and the need for member states to make the information more accessible with the revision of the criteria of R5. And in our remarks, we would like to thank the evaluation body for having supported the importance of the dialogue mechanism together with local communities, and in particular in taking into account the questions of sustainable development. Moreover, the evaluation body is about the risk of a loss of values due to over-commercialization or industrialization. We believe that this concern is legitimate and is part of the debates that we are taking on about the economic aspects of intangible cultural heritage, and we would continue that debate to continue taking into account the reality, the real situation that the local communities are living with. We would like to thank the evaluation body also for seeing the importance of the multinational inscriptions with the examples that we've seen from our countries. We have to promote greater or more multinational inscriptions in order to foster greater diversity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Burkina Faso tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso, give the floor to China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our delegation would like to express our appreciation to the evaluation body for its hard work, dedication, and professionalism throughout the whole evaluation process. We would also like to highlight the observations and the recommendations on cross-cutting issues and good examples, which will definitely help states parties to improve the quality of their nomination files. We are glad that the outcomes of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention are taking effect in this nomination cycle. We would like to recall that through both the global reflection on the listing mechanisms and the reflection on the broader implementation of Article 18, the Convention's governing bodies have taken several measures to further improve access to and increase the visibility of the register of good safeguarding practices, such as the simplification of selection criteria, the possibility to include successful safeguarding experiences in the register in the context of a transfer, and etc. However, to ensure these outcomes and measures to be fully effective, there are still some areas that need to be improved. In this cycle, for selection of the register, only 3 out of 66 nomination files were received. Besides, the evaluation body couldn't implement paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives, which was amended in 2022 as one of the results of the global reflection, to recommend the committee to include successful safeguarding experiences in the register from the evaluation of the request for transfer, due to the challenges of determining whether these files, which are using form ICH 02 USL to RL, met the necessary criteria. In this regard, we appreciate that if the Secretariat could clarify, in accordance with paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives, how the Secretariat intends to respond to the challenge mentioned by the evaluation body, and whether the form ICH 02 USL to IL will be revised to better meet the requirements of the operational directives. China, particularly our communities concerned, is always willing to share our safeguarding practices. As regard to our 3 elements transferred to the representative list in this nomination cycle, the communities concerned were expecting that their successful safeguarding measures could be included into the register. But however, we will submit the proposals for the register in the next cycle. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Tina.
Thank you very much, China. Barbados, I give you the floor.
Hello. Barbados would like to move this over. Barbados would like to take this opportunity to express its sincere gratitude to the evaluation body for the substantial and tireless work undertaken in evaluating the numerous files submitted by the states parties. The depth of commitment and expertise demonstrated by the evaluation body in meeting the rigorous requirements of the Convention is commendable. We believe that the valuable observations provided by the evaluation body are not only constructive, but also critical for strengthening the quality of the files submitted by Barbados and other states parties. These insights are instrumental in helping us to refine and enhance our submissions, ensuring they are better aligned with the committee's objectives and the formal inscription mechanisms. Barbados sees these observations as an opportunity to improve our processes and is eager to incorporate the recommendations to strengthen future proposals, particularly for multinational nominations. Moreover, we firmly believe that these observations should not only serve as a tool for individual states parties, but can also facilitate broader dialogue and collaboration among members, especially in the Caribbean region. By engaging in a constructive exchange of ideas and practices, we can enhance the collective efforts of states parties to ensure that the nomination and inscription process remains transparent, efficient, and in line with the core values of the Convention. Barbados encourages a continued engagement with the evaluation body and fellow states parties to foster an environment of shared learning and improvement. We are confident that such collaboration will help us all achieve our shared goal of safeguarding and promoting the invaluable intangible cultural heritage that defines our diverse cultures and communities. Barbados extends its deep appreciation to the evaluation body for its valuable contributions to the success of the Convention's work. We look forward to collaboration and mutual support as we move forward to strengthening the safeguarding of living heritage across the region and the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Germany.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Germany congratulates and thanks the evaluation body on the enormous amount of work processed and appreciates the professionalism of its work towards all the nomination files. We'd like to ask one question concerning UNESCO's priority towards gender equality in the evaluation process. Many states parties refer to gender topics in their nomination files. Some of them stress that women are equally participating in the transmission of elements or take equally part in practicing ICH. Others, however, describe very specific, rather traditional gender roles or even acknowledge gender imbalances in ICH practices without reference as to how to address this issue further. A significant number of states remains completely silent on this topic. Germany is concerned that an inscription of ICH practices with fixed gender roles might be misunderstood in a way that contributes to their consolidation rather than to gender equality and thus might also involuntarily contribute to a reinforcement of gender imbalance in the future. In this respect, we would like to hear the opinion of the evaluation body on how nomination files which remain silent on gender roles or which acknowledge gender imbalances are being discussed and examined with a view to UNESCO's obligation to promote gender equality across its mandates, aligned with the strategic goals 2022 to 2029 and the 2030 agenda. Furthermore, Germany encourages all states parties to specifically mention in their periodic reporting how they implement gender equality aspects in their safeguarding measures. This would, in our view, help to strengthen reflection on and implementation of the UNESCO priority on gender equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I give the floor to Spain.
Gracias, Presidenta. Nuestro país quiere agradecer al órgano de evaluación su trabajo y destacar que este año ha sido especialmente complejo al entrar en vigor un nuevo... me parece que no nos siguen.
Following me? Sorry. Okay, it's all right now. Excuse me.
Les decía...
What I was saying was our country would like to thank the evaluation body for the work that it's done and point out that this year has been particularly complex, since we were beginning with the use of the new form, and also we would like to say that the evaluation of the R2 criteria has been quite complex. We're aware of the workload that the evaluation body has had, as well as the Secretariat, with the increase of the number of files. We would like to thank all of the countries that presented candidacies for the effort they've made in putting forth high caliber files, and we've seen that a lot of progress has been made over the last few years in this respect. We'd also like to point out how important, or the importance given to climate change and sustainable development in the draft nominations. Spain is very much committed with this line of work, as you can see from our presidency in the COP, and that's been the case for the last 4 years, where we've been putting particular emphasis on cultural heritage and climate change, in which ICH always plays a fundamental role. We would also like to point out the variety of elements and different manifestations that we've seen that show the wealth of intangible cultural heritage, and once again reaffirm how important the dialogue process is for a greater understanding of these different elements and the candidacies. We'd also like to talk about the importance of the multinational nominations that, in our opinion, should be fostered even more. And lastly, we'd like to point out that we share in the idea, or add our voice to the comment made by the delegation from Germany about the importance of gender equality and the importance as well of taking into account how cultural practices change over time in order to increase gender equality, which in some cases seems to be almost completely inexistent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to France. Thank you very much, Chairperson. France would like to thank the evaluation body for its valuable work. We very much support the intervention made by Germany, and we also said it ourselves yesterday in our statement, or on Monday. For France, ICH must contribute to greater gender equality, as paragraph 180 of the operational directives state. We also agree with what was said about the workload of the evaluation body, and the revision of the form, the change in the form should lighten that load, because it says in their report in paragraph 22 that the mechanism for section R5U5 of the forms in certain cases made it more difficult to apply for the nomination process. It's also pointed out that there should be a revision of those sections in the form. To what extent such revision would actually lighten the workload has also been pointed out. We think it would be wise as well, when trying to simplify the periodic reporting, to once again take into account the possibility to integrate a referral mechanism with the ICH 01, ICH 02 forms, taking into account the recommendation made by the evaluation body. Lastly, various representatives of French heritage communities have talked about the reduction in the amount of words used in the drafting of the form. Would it be possible, without trying to increase the workload of the Secretariat and the evaluation body, to increase the number of words that could be used for national and transnational nominations? To be very complete, we have submitted a technical amendment. We would like to replace paragraph 5 with paragraph 5 that was adopted last year by the committee, and the wording that was used last year we think is much more understandable than the wording we have right now. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Francia.
Thank you, France. I'd like to give the floor now to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The UAE expresses its appreciation to the evaluation body for their extensive efforts and dedication, as well as efforts to uphold neutrality and equity in the evaluation process. This practice is vital to maintain the integrity of the evaluation process, and the UAE is encouraged to see that this practice is applied in the current cycle, including for the nomination on henna, rituals, aesthetic, and social practices, which was submitted by the UAE in coordination with the 15 states of the multinational file and Alexo. The UAE reaffirms its commitment to supporting transparent and equitable procedures within the committee and encourages the continuation of such practices. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would like to join the other committee members to extend our appreciation to the evaluation body for the enormous work done this particular year. Would like furthermore to thank the state parties whose elements were inscribed in the representative list, and would like to highlight 3 aspects that came out in this evaluation. 1, Chairperson, that the number of elements this year increased from those of last year to 58 from 45, which was an increase of over 20%, which is excellent. Secondly, to note that the number of state parties submitting multinational nominations equally increased, so do the number of collaborations between different electoral groups. Thirdly, we are happy to note that aspects of the link between ICH and sustainable development and the issue of gender were coming out clearly. Chairperson, I would like to note with concern that African states, especially Group 5A and Group 5B, many of them do not have multinational collaborations, and therefore this is an area that Africa Group needs to work towards addressing so that would strengthen the implementation of the recommendations of the intergovernmental body. I would like to thank you, Chairperson, and all the team for the excellent work done, and we look forward next year to some multinational nominations from Africa states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Uganda. I give the floor to Slovakia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We sincerely thank the evaluation body and the Secretariat for their outstanding work during this cycle and congratulate the state parties for the inscriptions and selections. We appreciate the thoroughness of the report, including the reflection of the evaluation process based on the newly simplified forms. While the simplified forms have eased the submission process for the state parties, it appears that the evaluation process has become more complex for the evaluation body. The introduction of a new section linking the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage to sustainable development has added another layer to the evaluation. At the same time, we consider this topic of high importance. Just to name one example, and echoing the intervention of Spain, Germany, and France, the 2003 Convention may act as a catalyst for promoting gender equality. We are pleased to note the growing number of multinational files, which reflects an increasing willingness among submitting states to collaborate and consult with each other. These efforts result in nominations that genuinely represent the shared character of a cultural heritage. Such enhanced cooperation also ensures the submission of files that inclusively reflect the historical, geographical, and cultural context of the individual elements. We also commend the effort to align information on inventorying with periodic reports. Moving forward, we suggest that future periodic reporting, regardless of its eventual format, places a strong emphasis on community participation in the inventorying process. If we succeed in providing comprehensive information on inventorying in periodic reports, the evaluation body may use the dialogue process to address other critical issues requiring more qualification. In this context, we would like to pose two questions to the EB. Could you elaborate more on the EB's workload and experiences, particularly concerning the criterion Art 2, with the regard of the relationship of the section 2 of the nomination form, mentioning sustainable development, and the criterion itself where it's not, and also the criterion R5 and U5. And the second question, last year we witnessed an unprecedented situation where all files and proposals received a recommendation for inscription or selection. This cycle reflects a similar trend. Could the evaluation body share their perspective on this development, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Slovakia. Paraguay has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the evaluation body for the report and for the efforts they deployed this cycle, in particular given the significant increase in the number of files and the fact that we are applying new criteria, which is the result of the global reflection exercise. We have now been able to inscribe Guarania in the representative list of humanity, which is a special moment for us and represents our commitment to preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. And we urge member states to consider the potential of international assistance as a tool to strengthen preservation efforts, particularly in challenging situations. This type of support not only guarantees the viability of these elements, but also fosters collaboration and the sharing of experiences between communities and nations. We appreciate the evaluation body's recommendations on the active participation of communities, the use of audiovisual material to share their perspectives, and the importance of mitigating risks such as over-commercialization, amongst others. We want to highlight the efforts of the evaluation body in the identification of links between elements, which is important in the framework of ICH. Finally, we want to thank the evaluation body for its contribution to safeguarding ICH, and we wish members every success. Thank you.
Paraguay.
Thank you, Paraguay. Vietnam has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also would like to highly appreciate the quality and the professionalism of the work of the evaluation body, and wish to thank each and every member of this body for their hard work and for their efforts to implement the results of the global reflection of the listing mechanism, and also for their efforts in coping with a number of challenges, such as the big number of nominations of this cycle, the change of the forms, and different questions that the chairperson of the evaluation body mentioned in his speech earlier. We commend the positive result of this cycle, which contributes to the promotion and the implementation of the convention. We also appreciate the assistance by the Secretariat to facilitate the work of the evaluation body. We support efforts aimed at an enhanced transparency and efficiency of the examination process. During the examination of the nominations, we think that the dialogue mechanisms should be used when necessary. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Vietnam. I give the floor to the evaluation body now to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And first of all, I would like to thank all the committee members for the expressions of appreciation. I would like to first respond to the question from the distinguished delegate of Germany regarding gender equality. In general, the evaluation body uses all the information in the file, the nomination form, the supporting documents, photos, videos, to help us identify information relating to gender equality. At the same time, we recognize that some cultural elements have gendered roles, and this may arise, have a reason because of its evolution in history, spiritual beliefs, among other factors. And it can be complex to evaluate. I think this is where we rely on the collective experience, knowledge of all 12 members that we discuss. Are there potential issues concerning gender? And for this reason, the evaluation body also is important that we have gender representation in order to allow us to evaluate such issues and aspects. The other area that we use is, again, goes back to the dialogue process. In this cycle, we have asked several questions, particularly for R2, where we ask for clarifications and information with regards to gender equality issues. And I think the dialogue process has been quite useful in helping us clarify some of these aspects. Having said that, I think there has been some effects of the simplification of the forms. While it has allowed us to be more efficient in drafting and submitting and even in the evaluation, there can be some challenges and trade-offs, I must say. So for example, we've noticed that the use of more broader terms, more generic statements, which may not adequately describe the gender roles that exist in elements. And in fact, this has been, even before this cycle, a recurring issue, and we have highlighted this in the document in our report several times about the need to pay attention, the need for additional elaborations and information. We understand that word count could be a limitation, but these gender roles can also be explained through the videos, through supporting documents, through letters from communities. And I think collectively the information will be quite useful in helping the evaluation body to evaluate gender equality aspects in future files. I turn next to the questions from the delegates from Slovakia. Two questions, in fact, two questions, but with several parts to it. Let me talk about the R2 criteria first. It has been quite complex, and I would say the majority of the dialogue questions were targeting at R2 precisely because of this. But we took into account that the form is new. The state parties are also trying to figure out how do we answer these aspects. And I would say in general, many states do very well in answering that, or through the dialogue process, they're able to do so and fulfill it. But we do see this as a very positive aspect. As I mentioned, the links between sustainable development makes it very real. We can understand the role of ICH elements in contributing to, for example, sustainable livelihoods, how it leads to betterment of the livelihoods of individuals, communities, how it integrates with education, and I believe this is the right way forward. If I may be candid, I think in the past, the questions were more about visibility and awareness, which sometimes lead to more generic statements, trying to project what is future. So this is more real, we feel, and it's a good development. On R5, we started using more of the periodic report. I must also say that has added to a lot more work for the evaluation body because we have to read through the periodic reports to find the information. In the past, there was a box with all the words there. We could read that and we decide. So it's led to more work, I would say. But it does also, it has, on the other hand, led to less problems and with the R5 criteria. Most states are able to satisfy that, and there were only a few instances where we just have to use the dialogue process more for factual clarifications like the frequency and just to clarify perhaps a different terminology used. But on the whole, I would say the use of periodic report has been very positive. But we did suggest in our report perhaps there can be some kind of short summary to help the evaluation body in lessening the workload so that we can find the information more readily for the inventorying process. On the workload with R2, I must also say that because of dialogue, it has contributed to the increased workload. But we have also noticed that videos are very high quality, but some are very long. And we would appreciate if there could be some kind of guidelines on what's the duration of the videos that can be submitted for the R2 criteria to encourage states to perhaps be more concise in providing and presenting the information with regards to R2. On the other question from the state party of Slovakia is the trend of very positive outcomes since the Botswana 18COM meeting, and it carries on to today. I would see this as a very positive trend that it's a combination of different factors. I was the rapporteur in the Rabat meeting, and we recall there was a decision made to encourage the greater extent and wider use of the dialogue process, which I believe we have done so since that meeting.
And I think that has contributed also to the more positive outcomes of the cycle. The other part is, as I mentioned previously in my presentation, is the greater use of videos and supporting documents. And I think that has been very crucial because in the past, we always struggle to ask what is the role of communities, for example, what was the communities involved. But with videos, with audio clips, with letters from the community, these are much clearer than before, I would say. And that has led to a better, higher quality outcome of the files. And I hope that addresses the questions posed to the evaluation body. I'm happy to take more questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I remember the discussions in Rabat very well. And I think that we have made huge progress in the sense that we have an evaluation body with technical expertise on the one hand, on the expertise on the files, and then we also have in mind the representativeness of the elements, because it is sometimes difficult to reflect in just documents the rich nature and the dynamic nature of these elements. But with the videos that we see every time we approve an element, we see that very clearly. So thank you very much. And before I give the floor to India, I wanted to ask if Fumiko could respond to China's question, please.
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to the committee members for the comments and observations. We also took very careful notes because coming out of the global reflection, which was a major sort of overhaul effort for the listing mechanism under the convention, obviously there are so many things to look out for. In general, we feel that maybe it is a touch too early to draw a full conclusion of the usefulness of the reflection, but nevertheless we can see some points that we can already adjust to, and an example is indeed, as Franz mentioned, the technical points such as word limit. We are intending to increase that for the next version. And at the same time, also the R2 video, it did not go out with a time limitation as the chair of the evaluation body just mentioned. So we are intending to put, for example, 5 minutes maximum, something like that, to contain the volume of the information that will be submitted. More specifically to the questions raised by the distinguished delegation of China, the question pertained to the transfer from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. So normally this is a happy story that after so many years of safeguarding efforts, the viability of elements are reported to have been improved. Therefore, this element can come out of the USL. So this is one of the several reforms that were created as a result of the reflection. And we have tried very hard to think how best to deal with this new procedure created. One thing we did was to give a tick box to the requesting states to make sure that they would actually like to be considered for the transfer. And we refer to the paragraph 39.3 of the operational directives that gives the mandate to the evaluation body to indeed assess on the basis of the assessment of the transfer requests. The evaluation body may recommend the inclusion of the experiences in the register. Now, so that on one hand, the directive texts are talking about the task of the evaluation body to make this recommendation. The form did not include the register-related criteria. And I think that is where the evaluation body felt the need to hear a little bit still from the requesting states how in the eventuality that good safeguarding experiences are included in the register, how could that play out according to the new G series criterion? So concretely, the Secretariat has 2 points that we are considering for the next version of the form. One is to try to invite the states to pronounce sort of their idea of the correspondences of the good safeguarding experiences against the registered criteria. That's point 1. And point 2 is to create a kind of opportunity for the requesting state to comment on the eventual recommendation that the evaluation body would make, so that there will be a connection between the requesting states and then the recommendation that the evaluation body will make. That is more in terms of the process of the nomination rather than the form itself, but it is a kind of a 2 sides of the same coin. I hope I responded to the questions raised by China. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko. And now I give the floor to India, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor to India. At the outset, India commends the evaluations body for its meticulous work in evaluating the files during this transitional cycle, which reflects the impact of amendments to the operational directives and the global reflection on the listing mechanism. India welcomes the enhanced emphasis on sustainable development in nomination files, recognizing the transformative role of intangible cultural heritage in fostering environmental, economic, and social resilience. The inclusion of audiovisual materials showcasing the voice of communities is another positive step toward greater inclusivity and transparency. We note the increasing interest in multinational nominations, which demonstrate the interconnected nature of culture heritage across borders. These nominations reflect the spirit of shared humanity and cultural solidarity. And we encourage further capacity building to assist states parties in developing such collaborative efforts. India also acknowledges the evaluation body's observations on challenges like commercializing, standardization, and rural-urban migration. These critical insights guide the safeguard of living heritage without compromising its authenticity or community ownership. Finally, we support the recommendation to expand capacity building efforts, particularly on the updated nomination forms, and urge continued engagement through the dialogue process to ensure equitable representation of underrepresented region and communities. India reaffirms its commitment to working collaboratively to uphold the principle of the 2003 Convention and safeguard the rich tapestry of our shared living heritage. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, India. Would any observer like to take the floor before we move to the draft decision?
If you want to move to the draft decision, are there anybody asking?
There's somebody in the UK is asking.
Australia.
Ofrezco la palabra a Austria.
I give the floor to Austria. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving Austria the floor again. We wish to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for the evaluation body for its diligence in reviewing the numerous applications and dossiers for this list this year. Thank you for your great work and congratulations to all the new elements inscribed. The dialogue process has truly been a success story since its introduction. We value the newly initiated opportunity to access the questions and answer from the dialogue process. We also saw that this dialogue with the relevant information stays accessible on the website, yet we believe that it is crucial to ensure that essential information for assessing the criteria should continue to be explicitly mentioned in the dossier. On another note, on the Convention's website, there is a list of exemplary applications. However, the list currently ends with submissions from 2018. We think it would be beneficial to include more recent applications, particularly those using the new application forms. This could assist state parties that have yet to submit an element or facilitate exchange and learning for all stakeholders. To conclude, thanks again to the evaluation body for the comprehensive report, including in particular the analysis of our two issues, the cross-cutting topics, and the recurring issues in this year's cycle. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Austria. And I'd like to give the floor now to the UK, and in the interest of time, we will then close the list of speakers. The UK, please.
Thank you, Chair. The UK would like to congratulate everyone involved with the inscriptions, particularly China's efforts to bring items off the urgent safeguarding register, and to Slovakia, Ukraine and Oman for the inclusion of their elements on the register of good safeguarding practices. The UK supports the comments made by Germany about gender equality and the importance of discussion in this area. We would like to thank the members of the evaluation body for their thorough and extensive work and the comprehensive report, in particular the detail provided about the dialogue process and the broad use of this as part of their evaluation. The UK appreciates the efforts of the evaluation body for their engagement in this dialogue mechanism and notes the positive impact that this dialogue has had in building consensus with state parties. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Egypt, finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have reached the end of the inscription of the nominated files, Egypt wishes to congratulate all the state parties that successfully inscribed elements on the Convention's list. Thanks to the practitioners of the ICH elements who managed to keep the ICH alive despite the challenges it faces. We commend the states for highlighting the crucial role of intangible cultural heritage in setting peace and mutual respect. That's really the spirit of the Convention and the message we deliver to our people. We all witnessed this in the increasing number of multinational files. After 20 years of the Convention, the improvement of the quality of the nominations files and raising awareness of intangible cultural heritage was expected. In addition, simplifying the forms and using the dialogue process led to the positive result we have reached today. Indeed, it is a cycle of connection and a message of solidarity and time at a time when voices of conflict grew louder. Thank you, Ms.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And now I would like to refer to document 7 and its draft decision. Can we please see it on screen? May I ask the committee to adopt draft decision paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1, recalling the operational directives. Do I see any objections? I see none. Adopted.
Vamos por el párrafo 2, que cita los...
Paragraph 2, citing the documents we have examined. I see no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 3, thanking the evaluation body for its work and appreciating the support of the Secretariat. Any objection? I see none. Adopted. Paragraph 4. Congratulating the many submitting states whose nominations could serve as good examples. No objections. Adopted.
El párrafo 5. Tenemos aquí un descargo de...
Paragraph 5, we have here a standard disclaimer recalling that the content of these documents is the responsibility of the reporting state concerned. Can we adopt this one? I see no objections to doing so. Adopted. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6. Recalling the outcomes of the global reflection, noting that this is the first cycle where its results have taken full effect, and recognizing the need to monitor the workload of the evaluation body. No objections? Adopted. Let's move on to paragraph 7, please. In that paragraph, we appreciate the efforts of all states parties in this cycle and in strengthening the links between living heritage and sustainable development. Can we adopt this paragraph? I see no objection. Adopted. Paragraph 8. Appreciating how the amendments to the operational directives have allowed us to bring the voices of communities to the fore. I see no objections. Adopted. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have updated the amendment submitted. We would like to add a new paragraph 9 under the outcomes of the global reflection. Thank you.
¿Puedes poner, China, de qué se trata el...
China, could you tell us exactly what paragraph you're talking about?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The original amendment we submitted is a new paragraph 11, I think, and we just change it to the new paragraph 9. Maybe you can scroll down the screen and to see the texts. Yes, it's right here. We would like to make it a new paragraph 9. Thank you.
Propone que este párrafo pase.
Your suggestion is that this paragraph, instead of being number 11, be number 9?
Right, thank you.
Los miembros del comité están de acuerdo con que...
Are the members of the committee, can we agree with us doing this? Slovakia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we agree. We would like to just support the amendment. We would like to thank China for the proposal and congratulate them on successfully transferring 3 files from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. And as highlighted in the report on item 6A, over half of the reports of the elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list reviewed in this cycle pertain to elements inscribed in 2011, meaning they have been on the list for more than 13 years. And successful safeguarding practices of states parties which help this transfer the elements from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list should therefore be highlighted. And we consider it important to find these mechanisms, including the revision of the form, as suggested by China, which would enable the inscription of the safeguarding experience and practice in the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Thank you.
Gracias, Eslovaquia.
Thank you, Slovakia. So, is there somebody else there? India. Go ahead, please, India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like you to add India's name also to the Chinese proposal. We would also like to support this new para 9. Thank you.
Gracias, Excelencia.
Thank you, Excellency. Your name will be included there. We'll put India there. Ethiopia, do you also want to have your name added? Angola as well? The Dominican Republic. Barbados. Haiti. Nigeria. Bangladesh. So now we've got a new paragraph number 9. Burkina Faso as well. And Zambia. Shall we keep going? Mauritania. Uzbekistan. Mali as well. Mali wants to have their name added. Mali supports this, but of course Mali is an observer state. Uganda. Is that it? Algeria. All right then. This paragraph has the majority support, so we've adopted it. There we go. That's just fine. Ghana wanted to support it as well? No. So now we have a new paragraph number 10. In which the efforts are appreciated made by the evaluation body. This was the paragraph where France had said that they wanted us to take the text that was originally there last year. I see no objections to this, so we adopt it. Paragraph 11.
Si no hay objeciones.
If there's no objections to this one, I see none. India, your flag is up. Do you want to speak? Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency. Ethiopia, do you want to make a statement?
Madam Chairperson, I'm just wondering
where we can add the encouragement of multinational files. Not only those with no inscription, but also, can we add it in this paragraph? I'm just food for thought. Because it's what the convention requests as well.
Sí. Invitamos, ¿no? Ethiopia, you wouldn't mind, for example, if we had this included in a previous paragraph? Is that all right? En otra decisión.
In another decision. Can it be that?
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
Gracias, Ethiopia.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia. In which case we adopt paragraph 11. As we see it on the screen right now. Thank you very much. Adopted. Let's move on to paragraph 12, please. As we can see it on the screen. No objections to adopting this, in which case it's adopted as is. Adopted. So we have a new paragraph 13. That reminds state parties of the importance of ensuring the broadest possible participation of communities, groups, and individuals. If there's no objection to adopting this paragraph, I would suggest that we do so. Adopted. Next, I would suggest that we adopt the draft decision as a whole, 19.7. If there's no objection in the room to doing so, then it's adopted.
Como mencionaron la directora general,
as the UNESCO Director General and the Assistant Director General for Culture at the beginning of the session mentioned, our Living Heritage family will soon welcome a new member, the Republic of South Africa, which is in the process of depositing its instrument of ratification. So before moving on to the next item, I'd like to give the floor to South Africa.
Domestic processes for ratifying the convention. As we speak, our instrument of ratification has been finalized and it is on its way to the UNESCO headquarters via diplomatic channels so that South Africa can fully be recognized as a state party to the 2003 convention. This moment here, Madam Chair and members of the committee, is a testament of South Africa's unwavering commitment to preserving, celebrating, and passing on its rich tapestry of intangible cultural heritage to future generations. Our ratification of this significant convention reflects South Africa's dedication to embracing the global call to safeguard humanity's shared cultural wealth while honoring our unique and diverse cultural expressions. South Africa's ratification of the 2003 UNESCO Convention is not only just a formal acknowledgement of our commitment, but a celebration of the steps that we have taken to protect, preserve, and promote intangible cultural heritage. As we move forward, we pledge to remain firm in our effort to nurture cultural diversity, inspire global solidarity, honor the timeless tradition that unite our people, humanity, and that bring us all together. As a new member state to the convention, we wish to work closely with all the state parties in terms of capacity building initiative and submit multinational files, especially with the countries in the Africa region. We call upon the simplification procedure in preparing the nomination dossiers on listing on the ICH list. We also call for more support towards capacity building initiatives, especially for those countries which are underrepresented on the ICH list. We encourage all those countries, Madam Chair, which have not yet ratified the convention to do so as a matter of agency to ensure universal coverage. Lastly, South Africa would like to congratulate the 44 African nations which have submitted their national reports under the current reporting cycle. We wish to also congratulate all the countries that have listed or inscribed all their ICH during this 19th session here in Paraguay. Let me, Madam Chair, reiterate that South Africa looks forward to playing a constructive role as a state party to the convention and work closely with all member states as well as the Secretariat towards preserving intangible cultural heritage. I thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Chairperson.
Un aplauso para Sudáfrica.
A round of applause for South Africa, please. So before we move on to the next agenda, item number 8, Paraguay would like to make an announcement. A brief announcement, I believe. Go ahead, please, Natalia. And then we'll get ready for agenda item 8 after that.
Quiero avisarles a todos que
I wanted to let everyone know that this afternoon we'll be having an activity in the National Archives of Asunción when we leave this side event that we're waiting for to tell you a little bit more about yerba mate and the culture of tereré. So we'll be going around talking a little bit about the experience that each Paraguayan has when they enjoy this custom of ours. On the other hand, I would also like to tell you that tomorrow there's going to be a tour to the city of Luque. And we were passing these papers around where you've got the QR code to be able to sign up for this activity because there's a limited forum. There's also an activity tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. at the Juan de Salazar Cultural Center. There will be a performance with music, dance, contemporaneous music and dance, identity and transformation about young talent reinterpreting the Latin American aesthetic landscape with an emphasis between what is musical, urban, and jungle music. And so it's going to be a very interesting thing that will be organized. We would ask you all to come and participate in that interesting musical experience. Thank you very much, Paraguay. We're going to move on now to agenda item number 8, follow-up of elements inscribed on the list of the convention. So I'd like to ask the Secretary, please, to give us the presentation of this agenda item. Go ahead, please, Fumiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are now in item 8, and allow me to begin by recalling that this item is included on the agenda of this session because of the request made by the committee at the last year's session in 2023, so that we will make a report in the form of a summary about the information received from third parties concerning elements inscribed on the lists of the convention, as well as those under consideration for possible inscription. And this follows the practice that started in 2018. So the working document for this item provides an overview of correspondences received between January and October this year. And if you look at the table, this is really in a brief summary form. And the correspondences were treated using the guidelines for the treatment of correspondences from the public or other concerned parties with regard to nominations established by the committee in 2012 by Decision 7-15. During the reporting period, 11 cases concerning inscribed elements were the subject of correspondence. The correspondence addressed various issues that may affect the viability of the element, such as those concerning health or environmental safety implications resulting from certain aspects of the elements, or they may be about community participation in the safeguarding of the element, or the ownership of the element concerning was also reported, the cooperation with local authorities and the distribution of the economic benefits, or the lack of support to communities, and so on and so forth. You can see all of these issues in a table included in paragraph 3 of document 8. In the majority of cases, state parties provided a response to the initial senders. Amongst case treated, 5 state parties provided a response on 6 cases during the reporting period. These are from Cameroon, Colombia, Malta, Mexico, and Peru, and their responses were transmitted by the Secretariat to the initial sender. In addition, after the publication of document 8 on the 4th of November, the Secretariat received letters from France, Cameroon, and Spain concerning cases reported to the present session of the committee. This concerns the Carnival of Granville from France, the Nguon rituals of governance and associated expressions in the Bamoun community in Cameroon, and the multi-nation inscription, Transhumans, the seasonal droving of livestock. These responses were once again transmitted to the initial sender as per the guidelines. The committee may wish to request the Secretariat, by taking the decision in this session, to continue this practice of bringing to its attention information received from third parties concerning the status of inscribed elements, which has proven to be a useful exercise for enhancing the follow-up of inscribed elements so far. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. I now open the floor if anyone wants to take the floor about this item. I don't see anyone requesting to take the floor. So let's move on now then to the decision. Can we see it on the screen, please? Please take a look at this document that you see on the screen, draft decision 19-8. Can I ask the committee to adopt it as shown on the screens right now, as a whole? I see no objection to doing so. Adopted.
Pasamos ahora al punto.
Now we're going to move on to agenda item number 9, the report on international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. International assistance is one of the core cooperation mechanisms of the 2003 Convention, supported by the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. So we're going to be learning about the safeguarding experiences of states benefiting from this assistance. Madam Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the international assistance mechanism became operational in 2008, and since then, 79 states parties were granted financial assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund for a total of $13 million in support of 154 projects. This item is on the agenda for this session because the state party must report to the committee of the use made of the assistance received from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. This is in line with Article 24.3 of the Convention. Please refer to document 9, which covers the reports submitted by states parties between July last year and 30 June this year. I would like to just highlight that the international assistance mechanism is one of a really well-run part of the convention, and as reported to the 10th session of the General Assembly in June this year, the financial execution for the international assistance-related portfolio of the fund of the convention has been maintained at a very high level for at least for the past 2 cycles. And with an increasing number of projects implemented in so many countries, the international assistance mechanism has collected a great variety of safeguarding experiences seen by communities around the world. And as such, the mechanism has become, I would like to say, a source of inspiration for those looking for useful safeguarding approaches. And there is, we believe, a great potential for this international assistance mechanism, for example, to be in support of the online platform for sharing good safeguarding experiences that we will be reporting to you in the item after this. So within the Secretariat, the international assistance mechanism is managed by a dedicated team. And with your permission, Madam Chair, a member of this team, Leila Maziz, is ready to provide more details about what is being reported to the committee. Thank you very much. Leila, please go ahead.
Merci, Fumiko. Thank you very much, Fumiko, and thank you as well, Madam Chair. We're going to be taking a look at some facts and figures that have to do with the period that's covered in our report. During this period, some 55, or exactly 55, international assistance projects were implemented for a total amount of $6.1 million. These projects were carried out in 55 different states parties, amongst which there were 10 small island developing states, which is 20% of the total, and which represented a 1.2 million American dollars. There were 19 countries from Africa. That's 45% of the total, and they made up $2.7 million of aid. In the period under consideration, both the committee and its bureau have approved 14 projects for a total amount of $1.4 million. 7 states parties benefited from assistance for the very first time: Angola, Bangladesh, Cameroon, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. To give some information in advance, the Secretary would like to inform the committee about some new information about the way that the international assistance mechanism is managed, as well as the preparatory assistance. At that time, the 10th session of the General Assembly amended the ODs to facilitate access to this preparatory assistance. This opened up the possibility for states which have no element inscribed on the representative list to be able to submit a preparatory assistance request to prepare their first nomination for the representative list, whether or not they had a multinational element already inscribed. So document number 9 has a list of those 50 states that could enjoy this preparatory assistance. The tableau has been adapted slightly after our considerations of agenda item 7, because 3 states have already got their first elements on the representative list. Moreover, the Bureau took the decision on the administrative management of the assistance. There is the approval of international assistance requests for an amount going up to 100,000 American dollars, and the emergency assistance requests, which are under the prerogative of the Bureau of the Committee. In October 2024, the Bureau of the 19th session of the committee took the decision to make it easier to implement the international assistance projects. As a consequence thereof, the chairperson of the Bureau can now approve requests for budgetary reallocations that are more of 5% and up to an amount of 10%, if this assistance had initially been agreed upon by the Bureau. And lastly, in terms of the monitoring of projects that have been finished, the Secretariat continues to implement its strategy of monitoring and evaluation of finalized projects. Since the last session, 2 evaluation missions, including field missions, have been carried out in the Lao People's Democratic Republic and in Tonga. Moreover, 4 other projects have been chosen, and their evaluation will be carried out in 2025. This is all I wanted to say. I give the floor back to Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Leila. Dear members of the committee, so at this session, 35 reports are presented in Annex 1 of Document 9, and this includes 7 completed projects undertaken in Belarus, Burundi, Colombia, Egypt, Mauritania, Mongolia, and Uruguay. The majority of these countries are ready to intervene or submitted already a clip to share the main safeguarding experiences gained through the international assistance projects. In addition, Annex 2 of the Document 9 includes a list of 20 projects for which reports are forthcoming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko, and thank you, Leila, for sharing all of this useful information about the international assistance mechanism. Dear colleagues, let us now proceed to hear from the beneficiary states about their safeguarding experiences. The first completed project took place in Belarus under the title Spring Rite of Jurowski Karahot. We have received a video message. Please. Can we please watch it?
En pantalla. Gracias. Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Filippo, and on behalf of the Belarusian State University of Culture and Arts, I am glad to present you with the main results from the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the Spring Rite of Jurowski Karahot. The project was implemented by the Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage at my university with the financial assistance from Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Jurowski Karahot is one of the most ancient authentic rites in Europe, which is preserved in its almost original form in the southern Belarusian.
Tenemos problemas con el sonido.
Do we have an issue with the sound?
Vamos a pasarlo de nuevo.
We're going to try again.
A ver si mejora.
To see if the sound is any better.
Gentlemen, my name is Alexander Filippo, and on behalf of the Belarusian State University of Culture and Arts, I am glad to present you with the main results from the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the Spring Rite of Jurowski Karahot. The project was implemented by the Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage at my university with the financial assistance from Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Jurowski Karahot is one of the most ancient authentic rites in Europe, which is preserved in its almost original form in the southern Belarusian village of Pagost in the Turov region. The ritual is devoted to St. George, the protector of livestock and agriculture, who blesses people and animals in the spring. The project activities were aimed at creating a basis for the sustainable development of local communities in the region, supporting the viability of this ICH element and expanding its practical implementation by increasing the motivation and involvement of both the bearers and neighboring villages which used to keep this rite. Participation in the project was a good opportunity for other stakeholders to expand their partnership as well as to improve their skills and competences. Cooperation between them and local residents has created real prospects for the development. The university implemented a set of measures to study the territory where the rite was historically widespread, develop a strategy for its revival and functioning, and ensure the increased visibility of the element. Besides that, we equipped the local traditional center with modern devices, organized students' folklore school, and a festival for intangible cultural heritage. The project was implemented in cooperation with national local experts and members of the local community. These measures contributed to the consolidation of the community around their living heritage and the development of respect for it among young people and throughout the country. The project goals were achieved in a high degree and all planned activities were implemented, including making an inventory of ICH in the Turov region, preparation and publication of an anthology of the ICH of the Turov region, development and promotion of the strategy for the preservation and revival of the Yurovsky Kharkov, organization of the ICH Festival in Pagost in May of 2024, distribution of information about the ICH in media and social networks, organization of a student summer folklore school in Pagost, establishing a center of traditions at the local houses of culture, and making traditional costumes for the rite. At the end of this short presentation, I would like to thank all international community for assistance and support, as well as you for your kind attention. Hope to see you in hospitable Belarus.
Thank you very much. The next project, the next completed project took place in Colombia. Did Ukraine want to take the floor? Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to make a comment on the video that we just watched. We wanted to make the following observation on the element, spring rite of Yurovsky Karahod. This is a tradition, the spring rite of Yurovsky Karahod, to celebrate St. George's Day in Pagos, a Belarusian village in the Pripyat Polisia region, which includes a river and forests, and is close to the Ukrainian border. And given that on the 24th of February 2022, Russia began an unprovoked attack of Ukraine, and which include the area of Gobel, the interaction between neighboring communities and bearer communities need to be protected under the 2003 convention, and this needs to be taken into account when we look at the Belarus report. Thank you. And the committee's report. Thank you. Thank you, Ukraine. The next completed project took place in Colombia under the title Between the Amazon and the Andes: Safeguarding and Transmission of the Traditional Knowledge and Techniques associated with Pasto, Varnish, Mopa Mopa of the Putumayo and Nariño departments of Colombia. You have the floor, Colombia, please. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Colombia would like to thank the Secretariat and this committee for the support given through the Fund for the Safeguarding of ICH in support of the project Between the Amazon and the Andes, Safeguarding and Transmission of the Traditional Knowledge and Techniques associated with Pasto, Varnish, Mopa Mopa of the Putumayo and Nariño departments of Colombia. This project was initiated in August 2022 and included a large number of bearers because the craft was not being transmitted, and so we strengthened capacity in order to safeguard this cultural practice, which was inscribed in 2022 2020 in the urgent safeguarding list. The process started with the training of 55 bearers in traditional spaces in order to help them collect mopa mopa and produce this varnish. And they worked with apprentices who acquired this technique. One key aspect of the project was the trust generated between masters and apprentices. There was a sharing of experiences in a collaborative environment. Decisions were taken alongside bearers who participated actively in all stages. They were part of the teaching and the learning, the exhibitions, the evaluation, and the Ministry of Culture, Arts and Knowledge, along with an NGO, Fundación Mundo Espiral, offered constant support. And this close monitoring helped us overcome any challenges in an agile way. And we produced a video and a book on this practice, and it was a collaborative research project. The reports presented to UNESCO were first shown to the community, which legitimated it. And even though the project is complete, it will continue thanks to the support of the NGO and our ministry. Additionally, workshops and families were involved in teaching initiatives. Now, this helped us strengthen the governance and the safeguarding plan. And so Pasto Varnish Mopa Mopa will not just survive but thrive. And in the Putumayo, where the Mopa Mopa is harvested, this is an essential project which helps us not just preserve but also offer recognition to the community in establishing alliances to keep these traditions and this knowledge alive. We are clearly on track to transform the context in which this practice occurs and give it new impetus. This practice is experiencing a rebirth and can now become a model for other projects in Colombia and the world. We would like to thank you for the support received, and we invite all stakeholders at all levels to be a part of the protection, the promotion, and the strengthening of these cultural practices. It is only collectively that we can guarantee that future generations can continue to learn and benefit from our cultural wealth. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Colombia. The next completed project took place in Mauritania under the title Safeguarding the Oulad Mubarak Epic. Mauritania, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Oulad Mubarak Epic is a musical tradition which embodies the fundamental values of Mauritanian society: honor, generosity, courage, and nobility. And its inscription in 2011 on the urgent safeguarding list led to significant efforts to protect and promote this intangible cultural heritage, including the safeguarding project that was implemented by the Infarna Foundation. Thanks to the international assistance offered in 2022, this was an 18-month project in order to protect this epic in many parts of the country, and 65 participants, out of which 42 were women, and a large proportion are young women. We focused on the importance of safeguarding ICH in general and acquiring basic knowledge to create inventories with the participation of local communities. It helped us create a participatory inventory in Khodsharhi, Khodarabi, and La Saba, amongst others, and has helped transmit this knowledge to a group of young families in the bearer communities. And thanks to the participation of master griots, this has helped provide rich documentation on the epic to communities in the area. So I'd like to thank the Bureau for the decision under 16 COM, and I thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Mauritania.
Thank you very much, Mauritania. The next completed project took place in Egypt under the title Inventory of Intangible Culture of Craftsmanship in the core of historic Cairo. We have received a video message. Please, can we play the video?
Buenos días. La historia de Egipto.
Good afternoon. The history of Egypt is marked by rich cultural heritage, which includes millions of creations in literature, the arts, traditions, knowledge, practices, and crafts that are transmitted from one generation to the next. And that wealth shows us that cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage in Egypt, is not just a mere relic of the past. It is a living heritage. Now, in the historic center of Care, well, we have a testament to the wealth of intangible cultural heritage in its small streets and its alleyways, which are full of these authentic traditions and crafts, which reflect the long history of the city. And all of this is a mosaic, a unique mosaic, which is so attractive to residents as well as visitors. And crafts are a fundamental part of our culture. And the knowledge and skills that are transmitted from one generation to the next constitute a unique cultural identity. In the light of contemporary challenges that traditional craftspeople are facing, this project, the Inventory of Intangible Culture of Craftsmanship in the core of Cairo, was very ambitious. Its goals were to inventory these practices, to protect them and ensure that this knowledge and these experiences that are intangible, as well as the ideas of experienced craftspeople, be transmitted to the next generation. The process helped preserve these crafts as vital intangible heritage, which contribute significantly to the distinctive identity of Egypt. And this book documents the efforts made in collaboration with Cairo and the UNESCO Regional Office in Cairo to safeguard traditional crafts and traditions in historic Cairo. The project helps explore different crafts such as arabesque carpentry, producing rope, dyeing leather, and other types of crafts that are all a part of Egypt's ICH. And the inventory goes beyond simply establishing a list. It is about registering the various processes, the tools, raw materials, and the stories and customs linked to each type of craft. This project seeks to create a comprehensive database that would help us define strategies to preserve these crafts and also raise awareness on their cultural and economic importance. I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Egypt. The next completed project
Eso para despertarnos un poco.
that woke us up, didn't it? Okay, we're awake now. The next completed project took place in Mongolia under the title Nomadic Mongolia Festival. Mongolia, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Distinguished committee members, excellencies, and honorable delegates of state parties, thank you for giving me the floor. And it's my great pleasure to share the outcomes of the project implemented by the International Assistance of ICH Fund for Mongolia's first nomination for Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. The preparation of the proposal for nomination Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival, a paradigm of best practice to safeguard intangible cultural heritage, demonstrates a commitment to inclusive and community-led efforts and effective stakeholders' collaboration to preserve intangible cultural heritage. This initiative was implemented by the Foundation for Protection of Natural and Cultural Heritage, a UNESCO-accredited non-governmental organization. Field research formed the foundation of the project, with 3 expeditions covering 12 zones in 3 provinces. Over 100 practitioners and 20 community groups participated, providing valuable insights into the Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival. Participatory workshops and community meetings enabled open dialogue and ensured the proposal to reflect the aspirations and practices of the communities. These efforts resulted in a draft proposal that underwent further refinement by experts and the project team by incorporating research findings, audiovisual documentation, and community consent before its submission to UNESCO. The financial support from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund was essential in the various aspects of the project. It covered transportation, accommodation, and logistical expenses for the field expeditions, facilitating community engagement across remote areas. Consultations and workshops were funded to promote stakeholders' collaboration and expert services, supported through data analysis, translation, and proposal refinement. Audiovisual documentation for the production of the documentary was supported to enhance the proposal's impact and visibility. Several key lessons were learned from the project. Effective planning, adaptability, and continuous communication with the stakeholders were critical to achieving the desired outcomes. As a result, visibility of ICH elements increased, and networks among community members and stakeholders strengthened. Capacity building activities among stakeholders improved. The preparation of the proposal for the Nomadic Mongolia ICH Festival hasn't only advanced Mongolia's very first nomination for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, but also strengthened community engagement and fostered international collaboration. Thank you for that attention, and muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mongolia. The last completed project took place in Uruguay under the title bandoneon sound of tango. We have received a video message. Let's watch it.
For Sinarte Foundation, the project Bandoneon, the Sound of Tango, was a tremendous opportunity. And we realized that we got several achievements, as the fact that 30 new bandoneon players and 10 new luthiers are working now in Uruguay. This means a lot in a country with a population of just 3.5 million people. On the other hand, Raúl Jaurena's manual for learning how to play bandoneon is available for free for all the people that interested. Besides that, bandoneon courses are going ahead and are established in Montevideo in the south of the country, Tacuarembó in the north, and Maldonado in the east. Three of the places that were important areas for our project. And at the same time, more people is aware in this country about the importance of bandoneon and tango as heritage. All these are achievements, but at the same time, we had a lot of lessons that we learned. The first one, maybe the most important, is that young people are ready to recognize tango as heritage, as legacy, and they're ready to learn more about that. There is a long way to go ahead, and we will be working on that. The other lesson is how the public and private organizations can work together and get important results. On the other side are the challenges that remain ahead of our foundation. The first one is to keep going this Torija Tango School that we have that school since 2007, and we have been working teaching how to play and sing tango to a lot of kids under 25 years old. We have to go ahead with that. And the other one is to finish developing the Braille format for the Raúl Jaurena's manual in order to make it available to all the people that need it.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Uruguay for that lovely video. Dear members of the committee, I now open the floor. Does anybody wish to request the floor? I see no requests for the... Sorry. Angola, Germany, Spain. You have the floor, Angola.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, dear members of the committee, this report highlights the relevance and the impact of the international assistance mechanism. Ever since its creation, this mechanism has been an invaluable tool in support of countries and communities seeking to safeguard ICH. The results of these funded projects attest not only to the successful safeguarding of elements of ICH, but also the strengthening of social cohesion and the strengthening of local capacity. This is a significant step in the promotion of cultural diversity and the strengthening of community identities. In the name of the Republic of Angola, I would like to convey my most sincere thanks to the Secretariat and to the Bureau of this 19th session for their unwavering support and for having approved international assistance seeking to inscribe and preserve Samba and cultural expressions that are so deeply anchored in our national identity. The approved assistance is crucial because it will allow us not only to set out a safeguarding plan, but also strengthen our intergenerational transmission mechanism so that future generations in Angola can continue to celebrate and to practice this rich tradition. The assistance to Samba is a clear example of the positive impact of this mechanism. It also reminds us that there remain many challenges ahead of us. As stated in the report, 79 out of the 183 states parties have received assistance to date. That shows us the urgency of expanding its scope so that more countries can benefit from that essential support. And in that respect, we recommend that we spare no effort to galvanize further resources and expand access to the fund, particularly for vulnerable countries or whose ICH is in imminent danger. The experience of Angola with the approval of assistance for Samba shows the importance of this mechanism for intercultural dialogue and inclusion. We would like to encourage all states parties to continue to use this instrument to promote the safeguarding of their heritage and to support communities which are the true guardians of these traditions. Finally, we reiterate our deepest thanks to the Secretariat and the Bureau for their indefatigable work. We believe that concerted efforts from all states parties will enable us to increase the efficiency and the impact of this mechanism and thus contribute to a world where intangible cultural heritage of all nations is duly recognized, preserved, and celebrated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchísimas gracias, Angola. Ofrezco la palabra ahora.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Germany.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Chairperson and colleagues, Germany has got the honor to be within the Bureau for the first time in the ICH committee, and very happy to be able to contribute actively to the work going on here. Within the framework of our mandate, we've had the privilege to be able to support 14 international assistance requests, and we welcome the report that has been presented to us by the Secretariat about the assistance given between June 2023 and June 2024. This report shows the significant impact that this mechanism has with 55 different projects going on in 55 states parties supported by a budget of 6.1 million American dollars. We are pleased to see that 10 small island developing states SIDS, and a number of African states as well among the main beneficiaries. These projects focus mostly on capacity building concerning ICH inventories and preserving threatened elements or integrating ICH within the educational systems. Germany fully supports the recommendations made, the call to encourage states parties who have not yet submitted any demands to do so or requests to do so in order to strengthen their commitment with ICH. To finish up, we would like to recall the importance of the assist contributions to the ICH fund, and we would encourage all states parties to honor their financial equipments to make sure that we can guarantee that the fund can continue to efficiently and effectively offer international assistance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'd like to give the floor now to Spain. Good afternoon. We would like to add our voice to the recognition that's been made of an instrument which it's quite clearly has shown itself to be relevant. And above all, we think that it has a extremely important future within this convention. Just now, Germany was talking about the number of countries and projects that have been benefiting from these funds as receivers of this technical assistance. But we also want to talk about the fact that it is also something that benefits the other side, the professionals as well, the experts, all of those different people who go to offer the assistance and that are working on the drafting and development of methodologies and the implementation thereof as well. And they learn so much from the communities that they go to offer support to. So this mutual learning process seems to us to be something that's really quite important, and we would like to see it formalized or systematized in some way in terms of these methodology and way this assistance is offered and the training, the way the training is offered, so that we could extend this as a best practice, as a good practice. But we also wanted to especially thank the Secretariat as well. We know very well how much effort you have been making over these years to try to work on these different contracts, the administrative difficulty that's involved in this, the efforts that you have been carrying out quite directly. So Spain, of course, you've got all of our support in this mechanism, this international assistance mechanism. And again, we would also make an appeal to make sure that special funds could be offered that would increase the amount of assistance available. And I hope the next committee we can talk about the fact that we can get more information and that there are more countries that will be able to take advantage of this fund. Thank you.
Gracias, España.
Thank you, Spain. Let's pray for that to come true. So I'd like to give the floor now to Algeria. Go ahead, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Chairperson of the Algerian delegation takes note with satisfaction of the report made on International Assistance Fund of the ICH Fund and commends the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention on the high caliber of its document, which offers us a good analysis of the reports that have been offered between July 2023 and June 2024, detailing the actions undertaken within the framework of this mechanism throughout this period. We are grateful to see the role that this international assistance has in terms of international cooperation and within the 2003 Convention supported by the ICH Fund. We would like to commend the states parties as well that have benefited for the very first time from this assistance and invite states parties that are eligible for this fund but have not yet done so or that have don't yet have an element on the RL to ask for funds so they can prepare their very first nomination file. The Center Regional for the Safeguarding of ICH in Africa, CRESPIAF, is completely available to support the African states in this particular process. We take note of the geographic extension of the mechanism that is offering funds to 55 states parties, of which 10 are small island developing states and 21 African states. And it's particularly encouraging to see that 45% of the projects concern the Group 5A with a financial support of $2.7 million. In this respect, we would emphasize the importance of maintaining and, in fact, shoring up the assistance given to Africa in keeping with the operational strategy of the global priority that UNESCO has for its period 2022-2029. Madam Chairperson, before finishing, we must mention the concerning situation in the the occupied Palestinian territory, and the impact that is having on the bearer communities of ICH, which have an outstanding universal value, which are suffering targeted attacks by the Israeli occupational forces within the framework, and aggression as well against civil population of Palestine. And faced with the seriousness of the situation, we call on the Secretariat to mobilize all resources possible to respond to the Palestinian state's request and contribute to the preservation of its living heritage, which is under threat. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Argelia.
Thank you, Algeria. We give the floor to Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barbados, like many other nations, has greatly benefited from this invaluable assistance. In 2020, we received a grant for the project Intangible Cultural Heritage in Motion, which aimed to promote our country's intangible cultural heritage to younger generations, while also documenting the knowledge and traditions of our older generations. The execution of the National Intangible Cultural Heritage's first public awareness campaign hinged on an integrated approach for spreading the message of ICH through digital communication and a multi-layered strategy inviting and promoting community participation. This was facilitated through the assistance of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, an NGO whose ongoing work in the community was just recently acknowledged through its accreditation as an NGO through the 10th ICH General Assembly. NGOs are critical to the work of ICH that we are doing in Barbados as they help us develop our work plans. We will continue to work with the international community to prioritize climate action programs, specifically targeting small island developing states to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. As we have seen in this year's inscription of Grenada's Shakespeare Mass, devastating storms like Hurricane Beryl in early July can rapidly uproot local communities, making it difficult to continue ICH practices while people recover from the tremendous losses of lives and livelihoods. In my island home of Barbados, Beryl brought the destructive forces of storm surge, damaging the island's fishing fleet. The National ICH Committee was just about to engage local communities of fishers to document ICH in these communities and their practices in our inventory when tragedy struck. We could not proceed immediately as fishers recovered from the losses they sustained. Of course, this is not the first time that this has happened. Barbados's fishing fleet was almost completely destroyed in Hurricane Janet in 1955. Madam Chair, we need to learn lessons from the past, from our knowledge bearers, so we can safeguard our future. Through these experiences, we have learned about the important connections between ICH, safeguarding, and food security. We will continue this critical work as it will not only help to safeguard ICH practices, but also uncover the knowledge required to build resilient communities and promote food security. In line with the Bridgetown Initiative 3.0, we seek global cooperation for climate action. It is urgent for our work in ICH regionally and across SIDS. The value of such international support cannot be overstated. It fosters cross-cultural dialogue, strengthens national safeguarding efforts, and highlights the global importance of safeguarding our living heritage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Barbados. Now Vietnam, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As a member of the Bureau and having participated in the examination of different international assistance requests, we are glad to see that the majority of the beneficiaries come from electoral group 5A. We also note with satisfaction that requests submitted by seats also increased. We appreciate the work of the Secretariat in supporting the state parties in the implementation and follow-up of international assistance projects, and invite the Secretariat to pursue its efforts to strengthen, monitor, and evaluate the mechanism. I would like to, through you, Madam Chair, ask the Secretariat one question. Are there any updates concerning the findings of the 2 evaluations undertaken under this reporting period? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. I give the floor to Fumiko to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for all these useful comments and also for the very strong encouragement given to the work of the Secretariat. Indeed, it is quite a volume of work that we are undertaking to support this international cooperation mechanism. I just wish to briefly respond to 2 points raised in this, under this item. First, about Palestine, I would like to reassure the distinguished delegation of Algeria that the Secretariat has been working quite closely with the authorities, as we have been reporting to the Executive Board of UNESCO, and they are wishing to reinforce their general capacity for implementing the convention, and we are getting ready to receive their request so that it could go to the Bureau early next year. As to the question raised by the Madam Ambassador of Vietnam, this is actually a very important question, because we have the Bureau or the committee have been granting many international assistance, and obviously the work of the governing bodies and Secretariat should not stop there. We should monitor, we should evaluate, and we should learn from all the safeguarding experiences and approaches undertaken around the world. As I said in my introduction, the volume is becoming so substantial that now we are in a position to learn from these projects. So more concretely, indeed, we have reported in document 9 that the Secretariat had started the evaluation exercise. Some time ago, the General Assembly gave the possibility, using the fund, up to 10% of the project amount to be used for evaluation. So we have initiated, indeed, the exercise for 2 completed projects, one in Tonga and another one in Laos People's Democratic Republic. Both of them about community-based inventorying, and both of them were evaluated by the same evaluator who belongs to a pool of evaluators that the Secretariat has established for this purpose. And then this person, this evaluator, has undertaken a back-to-back mission, because we need to sort of make good use of the budget. So in the same trip, this evaluator could go to 2 locations. I take this opportunity to thank very much the national authorities of these 2 countries, beneficiary countries, who welcomed the mission. So this was an actual mission and not the desk study. And through this experience, we learned how best to evaluate the importance of getting local translators, making a good planning, and above all, our attempt is to link the monitoring and evaluation to the overall result framework indicators and also to the Sustainable Development Goals. So once again, we are trying to connect in a fluid way different mechanisms. So the evaluation has just been undertaken in the second part of this year, so I've only read the preliminary report, not the final report. So only what I can say, I can share is of the preliminary nature. What is interesting is that while the two projects, completed projects, talk about community-based inventorying, the experiences are rather different, because in Laos People's Democratic Republic, the project took place within or in association with the World Heritage Site. So obviously their experience is related more strongly with the issue of tourism management, the issue of governance, issue of education, the youth, that kind of range of aspects. While the project in Tonga, as you can imagine, is a very different environment. It's an island, it's in an environment that, so the evaluator is raising more issues of how the intangible heritage safeguarding needs to take into place, taking into account the safeguarding or protection of natural environment, for example. And I very much hope that for the next session, we will be able to share more concretely the results of these evaluations. I thank you again for the comments. Madam, the floor is back.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thanks so much, Fumiko, for giving us information, all these important details, etc., about the implementation of these projects that use international assistance. Shall we move on to the draft decision, friends? Let's have it on the screen. There it is. 19.9. Yeah, there's no objection to... Oh, sorry. Colombia is asking to take the floor. Go ahead, please, Colombia.
Perdón, Colombia, miembro del comité.
Colombia, I've got the Dominican Republic, who's a member of the committee that's asked to speak, so I'm going to let them speak first. Go ahead, please, Dominican Republic. Sorry, it's not a question, but a comment. We wanted to make a comment. That's all right. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. We want to add our voice to the comments made by the countries that spoke previously from the committee. The delegation of the Dominican Republic has seen how important this fund is and the important contribution that it makes for safeguarding of our intangible cultural heritage. Above all, our island countries, as well as those that are developing nations. Our country, for example, is benefiting from two different projects right now. One on capacity building for safeguarding, which is focused on two of our first elements inscribed on the representative list, which are the Brotherhood of Biameya of the Spirit Center and the Kokolo Sante Theater. And the second one is about the effort that's being made in different countries in terms of capacity building and safeguard of the culture of Afro-descendant peoples in the Sika and Cuba regions. This with the support of the SEC, Sika, and Crespial. Both projects are focusing on sustainability and emphasize the importance that these different elements have, the ones that exist in our region. So we have a very positive attitude about all the projects being carried out and would ask the countries to continue to offer their support to this fund. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Gracias, República Dominicana.
Thank you to the Dominican Republic. And so to finish up, then I would now give the floor to Colombia. Chairperson, thank you very much for giving us once again the chance to speak. Just to add something to what we said earlier about the Barista Mopa Mopa report, I've got one of the craftspersons here, Mr. Joe Arteaga. Thank you very much, Chairperson. For us, for the Pasto Varnish Mopa Mopa artists who are here, as well as for my colleagues, my fellow people from Colombia, and for myself. It's such a pleasure to be here in the lovely country of Paraguay, and thank you very much for all of the friendship you have shown us. We also want to say how grateful we are to the International Assistance Fund for Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage of UNESCO, and to our Ministry of Culture, Art, and Knowledge of Colombia. I'd also like to say that before 2024, there were 55 people working on safeguarding this craftsperson's technique, and now there are more than 110 of us, of which 70% are women and young people. Currently, we're working on safeguarding and protecting the natural and cultural heritage that exists in this area of the Amazon and the Andes, where the Mopa Mopa live, which is a magical space that brings a mixture between human and natural aspects to show that human aspects and natural aspects have the same importance. So I have been working with the Pasto Varnish Mopa Mopa for the last 14 years, and you now have been varnished as well by them today. We invite you to participate in the safeguarding carried out by the Mapa Mopa in the Amazon. Long live both Paraguay and UNESCO. Thank you very much. Yes, long live Colombia as well, and long live all the countries that give life to this convention. It's true, the voice of the bearers is so important. Thank you very much for pointing that out once again. So let's move on now, without any further ado, to the draft decision to see how concise we can be, to finish up with draft decision 19.9. Can we adopt the draft decision in its whole, as a whole? As we see it on the screen, I see no objection in doing so, therefore adopted. This brings us to the end of today's session. I would like to recall that the Bureau will be meeting tomorrow, as it always does, at 9 o'clock in the morning in the room of the 9th of July, which is on the first floor here of this building. Let's make sure we can all be there on time. I'd like to give the floor to Fumiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm that there will be a brief ceremony for certificate in 10 minutes on the coconut stage for those submitting states who have not yet received your certificates. As I announced just before lunch today, because of the ADG's travel schedule changes, there will not be the certificate ceremony tomorrow. So if you wish to receive your certificate, please come in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. With that, we bring today's session to an end. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening here in Paraguay. Thank you.
Aló. Aló.
Je sais pas s'il marche celui-là.
Celui-là, il marche. Celui-là,
Allô, il marche pas celui-là. Allô, il marche pas. Ok. Tiens, je te donne celui-là. Il marche pas celui-là. David.
De mi país, Bolivia.
Ah, gracias.
De mi país, Bolivia. Están ocupados.
Who can take a picture?
Est-ce que Clarence est là. Clarence, qu'est-ce qu'elle fait, Clarence? Clarence, Agnès, tu vas remplacer.